I'm Randall Carlson. I would like to welcome you to a very special episode of After School. I'm a designer and builder by profession, but have for many years been an avid investigator into the marvels and mysteries of this amazing world we inhabit. I would like to invite you to join us here on a journey into the realm of sacred number and symbol and the forms, patterns, and cycles of both space and time in which these numbers are embedded. Today, thanks to the talented team at After School, we'll take a peek behind the veil into the ancient symbolism of sacred number that still exists as part of our everyday lives. The animation format employed here is a powerful medium for conveying the essence of this knowledge. And so, without further ado, let us begin. So what is the universal language? It's symbolism. It's number and symbolism and form. And number, symbolism, and form are universal regardless of the spoken tongue, which one happens to have been brought up here. And hopefully in the next hour, hour and a half, I'm going to be showing you examples of this so that you can see for yourself what actually the universal language of geometry and symbolism actually means. So we're going to jump right into it here and talk about sacred numbers embedded in everyday phenomena. These are the things that we all pretty much think about and use on a daily basis without ever really pondering the fact that there's actually deep symbolism hidden within them. We measure our life in terms of days, 24 hours, referred to as a tropical or solar day. And it turns out that 24 of these hours are 1,440 minutes. This is one of the key numbers within the ancient canon of numerical cosmology that the ancients used to basically design and create their world. The 1,440 minutes equates to 86,400 seconds. So if you just listen to these numbers, look at them, and let them kind of soak into your brain, once you've gotten into this as actually a system, a methodology of transmitting information, these numbers are actually carriers of information because each number stands for meanings beyond just the apparent ones. So we see 1,440 minutes is equal to 86,400 seconds and a 12-hour span of time, which is usually represented on the clock, 720 minutes, which equals 43,200 seconds. So just look at those numbers. You'll think that obviously 43,200 is half of 86,400. The 1,440, we're going to encounter that number again here momentarily. So these are just examples of some of the time measures, how we think about time in our particular culture. Space measure, we talked about a foot, we talked about 12 inches, we talked about a square foot. And you'll notice that the square foot has the same repetition of digits, 144, as the 24 hours does. All we do is we tack a zero on that. We have the number of minutes in a day. We have a cubic foot equaling 1728. I want to call your attention to the 1 square yard, which is 1,296 inches. As it turns out, we can stick a zero on the end of that. We have 12,960 years, which turns out to be an awesomely important span of time in terms of some of the great cycles that affect this planet, and that's what we're going to be getting to. Geometry, everybody knows that a circumference of a circle is divided into 360 degrees, and that 360 degrees of arc, because each degree is subdivided into minutes of arc. There is then 60 times 360, as it says there, at 21,600. And then you'll notice that 21,600 minutes of arc equals 1,296,000 seconds of arc. That's a mighty fine subdivision of a circle that would be used mostly by astronomers to measure the motion of distant stars. But notice that number, 1,296,000, and you'll see that it's the same number, just raised by 3 orders of magnitude as the number of square inches in a square yard. Okay, now another thing you might notice about most of these numbers from 1440 to 8640, 43,200, 144, 1728, 36, 1296 is that they all Kabbalistically add up and reduce to the single digit 9. Notice that all of them. Pick any one of them, other than, say, the exception of 24, but 1440 adds and reduces to a single digit 9. 1296, you'll notice the same thing. 1 and 2 and 9 and 6 is 18, which adds to a 9. Okay, so if you're taking notes, write these down or make mental notes of these numbers, because these are the numbers we're going to be.
Yo, what's up, Southern Yellow Jacket? How you doing? Welcome.
Through this journey here into the hidden mathematics.
Welcome.
So we will start by looking
How you doing?
at how some of these same numbers
Hope you're good.
and other
Hope you're doing well.
numbers are associated with the measures of geometry. And here we have what I refer to as the alphabet of sacred geometry. These are the simplest forms. These are the polygons. You have a circle,
Thanks for being here.
which is actually not a polygon, but we have an equilateral triangle, a square, and a pentagon. And each of these can be measured by the number of degrees that determine the angles.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
So, for example, we look
I
at
know
the circle,
it feels good. It's a good energy today.
special case of an ellipse with eccentricity of 0. We've covered this already, so let's go right to the equilateral triangle, and we'll see it's 60, 60, and 60, which equals 180 degrees. Again, notice that we've got the number 9 recurring. We go to the square, which is 4 times 90 degrees. The total number of degrees defining the square is 360, the same as the circle, the same as the measure of a circle. And we measure the polygons by essentially measuring the angles of the vertices or the corners. So then likewise with the pentagon, each of the angles between successive edges is 108 degrees. So you multiply the 108 times 5 and you get 540. Again, notice, everything adds up to 9 for some strange reason. 108 is going to turn out to be a very important number. It's a lunar number, as you're going to see. 108, anybody know what metal has an atomic weight of silver? Atomic weight of 108? Yes, that's right, it's silver. Very good. All right, so let's get into some of the solid. Tetrahedron is this form right here. And it's composed of 4 of the equilateral
Thanks,
triangles.
man.
So we have,
Thank you.
as it says here, there's
If you're a
4
man.
triangular faces.
Thanks, Southern Yellow Jacket.
480 is 760
That's really nice of you.
degrees. It is the total
Yeah, you know, just
angular
living my
measure
life.
of this particular
Gotta get the
geometric
exercise
form.
in the
This is
sun.
known as one of the platonic
I'm living my best
solids,
life.
regular polyhedra. Polyhedra means
The
multiple
Truman
faces.
Show.
And the regular polyhedra is the family of 5. There's only 5 that have the same
Appreciate it. Appreciate you
shape or
interested
the
in my
same
life.
polygonal face. In this case, the equilateral triangle. And then we will move on to the cube. And the cube is 6 faces, and they're each square. And we saw that each of those square faces had 360 degrees.
Yeah, I might do a weightlifting stream later.
360. The important thing
Maybe.
is to grasp that the total number of degrees in this form is 2,160. 2,160.
It's been fun.
Find out
It's
that
been
that
fun.
number actually turns out to be pretty significant in the measure of
It's been fun, man.
other
Thanks,
parts
man.
of
I'm living the
science.
dream. It's definitely a dream.
Then we'll go to the octahedron. And it has 8 triangular.
It's not really financially viable. I mean, I really appreciate all the help from everyone, but
And they're all,
you know,
you'll notice that
just the
so
math
are the
alone,
tetrahedron
you
and
can't-
the octahedron are both composed
you know what I mean?
of triangular.
So I'm still looking for
equilateral
work.
Triangular faces. And essentially, if you look at the difference between the tetrahedron and the octahedron, you could just imagine it. If we could take the tetrahedron and split it along
Oh my
an
God.
edge and insert a 4th triangular face, it would cause it to flatten out somewhat, and it would give us the top half of the octahedron. And likewise, we could insert a 5th.
It's fun, yeah. It's a lot of fun. The dream is living the dream. This is definitely the dream.
If we tried
The
to
neat
insert
dreams.
a 6th one, though, we discovered that the whole thing flattened out into 2 dimensions. So that wouldn't work as far as it closes space. So in any case, notice we're seeing a recurrence of this number that we saw, 1440. Remember we saw that number back.
Thanks to you and your gift sub. I appreciate that, my dude. If you're a dude.
Right here, the number of minutes in a day.
Oh, no way.
Let that relationship.
Oh, it's
take
insane.
the number
It's
of
so
minutes
insane.
in
They're
the
trying to
time
crush
it
us,
takes
right?
our
Like,
Earth
the
to
COVID
spin
thing, the Great
exactly
Reset.
once on its axis
They're trying to
relative
just
to
get
the
everyone
sun
onto
happens to be the
UBI
same
and
number of
become this
degrees
communist
that
worldwide
define the
hellhole. It's so fucked, man. Like, it's so fucked.
And that's actually what we're talking about then when we're talking about a tropical or solar day. We're talking about exactly one rotation of the Earth on its axis.
That's what I mean. It's like,
relative to the sun.
now we're in this, like, spiritual war, man.
And we have the icosahedron, which is 20 faces.
They're trying to kill us.
All equilateral triangles. If you can see, if you look at the vertex of this thing, you see that there are 5 faces clustered around each vertex. So if we were to split an edge, insert another triangle, what it would happen is it would flatten out into a hexagon, a flat hexagon, with 6 equilateral triangles about its center. In any case, there are 20 of these triangular faces, 20 times 180, 3,600. So again, we have one of our 9s.
Yeah. It's so crazy, man.
Final is our dodecahedron. My favorite shape. This is Plato referred to the dodecahedron as being the shape of the universe itself.
We have such a rich world.
The dodecahedron, you'll notice, has
Texas, oh wow.
12
Insane.
faces, 20 vertices, whereas the icosahedron has 20 faces and 12 vertices. So they're
I want to be an American, man. You want to trade with me?
suspend this icosahedron. If the dodecahedron was hollow, we could put it inside. We would
Do you look like me? Maybe we should just, honestly, dude, I'm not even joking. Well, I mean, I am joking because, like, this is on the internet. But I'm seriously considering finding someone that looks like me in, like, the United States. And just fucking trading IDs and then calling it a day. Maybe Christian. Christian kind of looks like me. We have the same dark features. Sorry, I don't want to out you, Christian, but...
Turns out to be a critically important number as well, as you're going to see as we proceed along here. Oh, and then we have the star tetrahedron, which would be two
Where in Texas do you live?
interlaced, and I don't have one of those today. But if you can picture a tetrahedron like this, and then one like this interlaced, it gives you this what's known as sometimes the star
No,
tetrahedron.
the future in Canada is
Or
bad
the
news,
stellate
man.
octahedron. It is composed of 2 tetrahedrons, each of 720. So here again, now you're seeing the
Oh my god, why do they
same number,
suck?
1440.
Dallas, nice, man. That's cool.
Of the star
Nice. That sounds
Now we're going to talk about time here.
bountiful.
First thing we're going to look at is astrological time cycles. I don't know how many of you studied
A lot of great
astrology.
skate parks in Texas.
But in this particular scheme of time, the total duration of the precessional cycle is
I mean, I've never been to any, but I've seen online.
This is the motion of the Earth on its axis like this. Or you could think of it like this. The axis of the Earth actually forms sort of an hourglass motion.
My friend in Ohio.
Slow period of
Oh, so you're,
some you can consider
did you change your name?
third motion next to its first motion, which is
You're, what's his name?
on its axis.
It's terrible.
Second motion, which is the
You changed your name. You're, fuck, what the
and its
why
third
can't
motion, which is
I,
the
Greg, you're right? You're Greg.
axis.
You're Greg.
The daily,
Yeah.
the diurnal
I didn't want to say that fat, but
axis gives us the
yeah,
daylight
man.
cycle.
I understand now. Okay. What's up, that fat Greg? How you doing, man?
The orbit around
I
the sun
didn't know
also
you
is
changed your
likewise
name. Sorry, dude.
important, because that's the yearly cycle. The third motion is what the ancients referred to as the great year. And it
That makes
is measured
sense.
by
What's up,
astronomers
what's up,
at slightly
selling on a
over
jacket?
50 seconds of arc of motion per year, which actually puts the astronomically determined number slightly less than this one. But we don't know that that's necessarily constant for the whole cycle. In any case, the ancient number that was typically attributed to this great year cycle was 25,920 years. That great year was considered to be analogous to
Much better than
our
Ohio,
annual
dang.
year. And just as the annual year was divided into 4 seasons of spring, summer, winter, and fall, likewise the great year was divided into 4 great seasons, symbolized by the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac: the bull, the lion, the eagle, and the man or the angel. If you
Wow,
divide
congrats, bro.
25,920
That's huge.
by 4
Yeah, man.
to determine the duration
Congratulations.
of the season, you'll discover that it's 6,480 years.
I like the name change.
Which
It's cool.
is interesting because 6,480 years, as you
Oh,
recall,
I
is
suck.
the total measure of the dodecahedron. So here we have this same number linking the measure of
Congrats, dude.
space in terms of the.
Do you know my father's
dodecahedron,
name is Greg?
6,480
And he
degrees,
was
and
he was quite
season of the great year,
heavy, and
which
he
was
lost a lot of weight too.
considered to be
And now
profoundly
he's
important
no longer,
to ancient cultures all over the world,
I
who
guess.
had various ways of representing this
Yeah.
fourfold
And his name is Greg too,
of
so it's
cycles of
interesting.
time.
And we're really like proud of him, and we're so happy.
All right, then we have from the ancient Chaldeans.
Just
we
because
have
he
what we
seems
know
he
as
seems
Pharaoh,
happier,
which was 3,600 years.
seems
So
healthier. He's old.
repetition
He's
of
like
that
in
number,
his
the
70s.
3,600, if you recall, and are taking notes, is the number of degrees measuring the icosahedron. Then we have the decans. You'll notice that a platonic month, which is 1/12 of the great year, right there. You divide that number by 12, you get this number, 2,160. And that number, you may recall, depending on how good your memory is the number of degrees measuring here, 2,160. And then you'll notice the 2 decads of the ecliptic, or 20 degrees of the ecliptic, 1,440, the number of degrees in the octahedron. And 1 decan, or 10 degrees, for any of you who study astrology, you know that the decans are important to astrological determinations. 1 decan of 10 degrees, then
And
takes
break.
720
Oh, ad break.
so here
Sorry,
we
man.
have
Yeah, I
all
really
five
upped the
platonic
ads.
solids represented in these particular time cycles. And over here, I'm going to mention that ancient cultures all over the world used to run 2 calendars successively. A secular calendar, which is typically like our modern calendar of 365 and 1/4 days, and then they would have a sacred calendar of 360 days, and in 5 days intercalated, they would call it. Typically, they would do, whether it was the Greeks or the Egyptians or even the Mayans, ancient cultures all over the world had similar traditions of setting those 5 days aside, and they were considered to be unlucky. And so, no work, no activity, nothing. Nobody ever tried to do anything on those days. They would just take those days off. 5 days off, then they would resume again and pick up their sacred year of 360 degrees. Now, the Sumerians had a belief that the year was once actually 360 days in length, and that somewhere along, as a result of some cosmic catastrophe of some undefined sort, the year was lengthened by 5 1/4 days. And so the Sumerians, who are the first known culture to mathematically divide the circle into 360 degrees, it is believed that one of their motives for doing so was they believed that that circle then could become a model of the year, and each degree then representing 1 day. So what we have now is a synchrony going on, in that if the year, the idealized or sacred year, is 360 days, then what we have, if you actually picture it, is that the Earth is describing a circle in its orbit, but then in each degree of motion around that circle, it's turned once on its axis. So what we have there is a synchronization of this cosmic motion representing these numbers. So in any case, the ancient cultures would reckon time measure by 360 days according to the sacred calendar. And by doing so, they could then divide that 360 days of the sacred year into subdivisions such as this right over here. And we'll just run through that very quickly. You'll notice that 1 decan turns out to be 10 days within the sacred calendar. And that's exactly 14,400 minutes. So here we have the same numbers occurring again. You'll notice, though, that the symbolism of the number is not lost, or the system of the symbolism of the number is consistent irrespective of its order of magnitude. So in other words, you could say the square of 12 being 144 has the same symbolism as 144 times 10, or 144 times 100 as you have right
Come
here,
on, man.
or even 144 times 1,000. Again, referring back to the book of Revelations, there's a verse in there referring to 144,000 redeemed from the earth. And we'll get to that here shortly. It's an interesting quote, because they have various ways of embedding these sacred numbers into the various traditions. You'll notice that 3 decads or 1 Platonic month in the Platonic year was 2,160 years, but in the sacred year was 360 days. Again, there's that 43,000. So, and go down here, 1 Platonic season of 6,480 years, 129,600. So if you're taking notes and writing these down, you're going to find that you're writing down the same numbers over and over again, simply raised in different orders of magnitude. Okay. This is just a little graphic that depicts this processional motion that I'm talking about here. This motion right here, that is generally assumed by most astronomers to be primarily induced onto the Earth by the moon, secondarily by the sun, and then also the contributing factor by the planets. So it's almost, you could almost think of this precessional motion of the Earth's axis as being the vectoral summation of all the gravity forces of the solar system acting on the Earth, causing it acting. See, when the planet rotates on its axis, and this is a critical factor, as it rotates on its axis, it spreads out towards the middle. Its equatorial diameter is greater than its polar diameter. And that, in fact, is critical to the Earth maintaining axial stability, so that it's not doing this in its orbit around the sun. Because if it was doing that, it's likely that higher life would have never evolved in the first place. But due to the fact that it spins, it spreads out so that the diameter of the equator is 26 miles greater than the diameter.
Appreciate that, man.
The sum total of all the gravity forces impinging upon the Earth from moon, sun, and planets acts upon that bulge as if it was a flywheel, and is actually pulling it
9-10
around,
hours a
pulling
day.
it around. And it's that leads to the great year. And what it does is, over a period of half the great year, 1 million or 12,960 years, is it reverses.
And if I can just increase
so that if
my
we were to
viewership
jump in a time machine
and
back
the ads going, and but I think they might cap the ads, because I was looking, and the first week or two I got a lot, and then the last few weeks it looks like I haven't, and I don't know if they cap it. It should be lame. They might cap it. They might limit how much you can make off people watching your ads.
Well, those seasons would be reversed. They flip. It's a back
I might be wrong, though.
oscillation between the two hemispheres of the Earth over a period of 12,960 years. This shows the wheel of the great year with all of the ages, the astrological months as they're known. And if we were to place ourselves right at this position right here where it says 0 years BP, BP means before present, and it also is 25,920 years. So what has been happening is that the vernal equinox, a hypothetical point in space occupied by the sun, when day and night are the exact same duration, that vernal point is moving through space as a result of this axial motion of the Earth. And ancient peoples would go to great lengths to try to observe and predict that motion. So they would set up structures, oftentimes on a very large scale, that would be oriented to certain points in space, so that one could, from certain vantage points, such as the center of a ring megalithic structure, for example, or the center of a temple that had an axial orientation to a certain point on the horizon, one could make minute observations of this slowly shifting vernal equinox, or, for example, the solstices. The vernal equinox and the solstices are two lines in space that are right angles to each other. I'll show you a graphic in a minute. But in any case, as we go around this wheel, this great wheel here, this wheel of the cosmic wheel, what we're going to see is that each of these is a zodiacal sign. We have here Pisces, we have here Aquarius. So now the vernal equinox is poised. It's moving out of the star constellation of Pisces, moving into the star constellation of Aquarius. So we say that roughly for the last 2,000, or if we want to be precise, 2,160 years, the vernal equinox has been transiting the constellation Pisces, therefore we've been in the Piscean age. Prior to that was Aries, prior to that was Taurus. We find that the beginning of modern recorded history goes back to the Taurian age. We can essentially express all of recorded human history between the latter part of the Taurian age through the age of Aries, the age of Pisces, and now into the age of Aquarius. Okay. If we go back, notice though that the numbers here are the same numbers, the same family of numbers we've been looking at here. 2160, 4320, 6480, 8640, 10,800. You saw the number 108. I called your attention to that when I was asking you what was the atomic weight of silver and which metal, which astronomical object is silver.
Yo, what's up, Eva? Thank you.
12,960
That's nice of you.
puts us exactly on the opposite end of the equinoctial axis, and then we see at right angles to each other we have the autumn-spring axis, and this is the summer-winter axis. And they're at right angles to each other. The whole thing is rotating. You get a picture that this propeller is rotating counterclockwise. So that in 6,480 years, Taurus will have moved down to the 0 point.
I see.
Seen this, so this is just a
Thanks for being
recap of those same numbers. And you will notice 8640, the number of seconds in one day. You'll notice that half a day, 43,200. Well, if you go back to the dawning of the age of Aries, 4,320 years ago. And these are just more interesting ways that these numbers show up. If you take 25,920 seconds and set each second corresponding to 1 year of the great year, you'll discover it's exactly 432 minutes. 25,920 hours in turn is 1,080 days. And 25,920 days is equal to 72 years in the sacred calendar. Which is interesting because I think if you most determinations of the average human lifespan right now in history is about 72 years. So you can
It's tea in the cricket. That's fucking hilarious.
There's an interesting proportional relationship.
What's up, dude? That's funny.
The total processional cycle.
Oh, what they play in India?
20 years and one human lifespan.
Or in England? Isn't it? Thanks, bro. Tea in the cricket. That's hilarious, man.
Let the Brahma hear the praise we utter. This hath
That's funny.
the four-horned buffalo committed. 4 are his horns, 3 are the feet that bear him. His heads
Oh,
are
wow, insane.
His hands are 7.
It's massive.
Notice 4, 3, 2, raised to the 7th power gives you the number of years in the ancient Vedic time span, the Kalpa, 4,320,000,000 years, which I find to be suspiciously close to the modern estimate for the age of the universe, which is about 4.5, or the age of the Earth rather, which is about 4.5 billion years. So this is one way they had of encoding or embedding references to these sacred numbers in the Vedas. And this is probably some of the oldest writings stand where this canon of numerology is presented.
7 hours. That's so insane.
In ancient Sumeria, from the various writings of historians like
a full-time job.
and from the Sumerian clay tablets,
5
we're able to
days.
find that there were references to 10
That's too much, man.
antediluvian
I guess that makes sense. Like a tournament.
pre-diluvian years. Before the flood,
That's pretty cool.
So they had this belief that there were 10 kings reigning before the flood. And you'll notice the numbers.
Baseball is like 3-hour games.
The reign,
A 3-hour game is baseball. Maybe 3.5 hours.
a bunch of them already.
But
There's 43,000.
usually 3.
64,800.
They play 162.
1,800 is
No.
twice, actually 3 times.
No, about 3 hours, but they play 162 games.
400,000 years.
Sometimes they play double headers, which is back-to-back
I
games,
think they meant this literally, or is this strictly symbolic?
which is back-to-back.
Possible that the game could have reigned for 36,000 years. I tend to think it was symbolical, but you know, it is interesting that one of the universal traditions from ancient cultures is that before the flood, all the cultures from all over the world
Interesting, yeah,
recognized
thanks.
that there was a great
It
flood
is.
or even floods that decimated humanity at various times. But they're all pretty much in agreement that prior to the flood, human lifespan was much longer than it is today, which I find we've all
come on.
thought Methuselah was going to be 969 years, or Lamech 777. In the biblical ages, they seem to have lived about an order of magnitude greater than modern. Which, considering, you know, from my perspective, the things I'd like to get done in this lifetime, I would do these things. In the Vayu Purana, which is again one of the Vedas, we find verses like this: 360 years, according to the human calculation.
That's how I gotta do that last camera.
Wise people know that there are 4 yugas, Varsa. The first one is Treta, then follow Treta, Dvapara, and
Gotta
Kali.
YOLO it.
Probably some of you have heard of Kali Yuga, supposedly begin right now, and supposedly age of darkness. But you'll notice that they reckon time.
Fucking
They
hell,
have-
like, fuck
they have
you.
another Vedas
Fuck you, game.
recognizes the sacred year that they call, or a divine year, which is 300.
All around the table boost is just so terrible.
Okay, now here's a
It's just the
tabulation
worst.
of Vedic ages. You'll notice, we'll look
Fucking
first
hell,
at the
man.
total in human years, and we see that the Kali Yuga, the shortest, is 432,000. Then we go to 864,000, 1,296,000, 1,728,000, 4,320,000. You'll notice that the total, or the Maha Yuga, the Great Yuga, is 10 times the length of the Kali Yuga. And that's because you'll notice that the Dvapara is twice, the Treta is 3 times, and the Satya is 4 times. So taking the original term, doubling it, then tripling it, then quadrupling it, adding those together will give us 10 times the number we started with. But again, notice the number that the Vedic ages begin with, 432,000, is the same number that the Sumerian kinglet ends with. So it's almost as if we have 2 different traditions, but one system. And we see that the Sumerians preserved knowledge about
You see how far I got boosted there? That was insane. How fast does this run? 23, insane. That was my fastest piece ever. I mean, I didn't get the photo and I wouldn't have copied the key, but...
That once we get to 432,000 years, at that point the Vedic cycles kick in, and then we have these that follow.
Oh, no way.
Using the divine year of 360
Insane.
years yields this column.
You
of
watch
numbers.
that game live?
When we
That's
put the
insane.
duration into human years, it's interesting. Each of the yugas, such as the Kali Yuga, they were all
Yeah, I mean...
a period of transition.
It was the divisions, it was the
into the age
semifinals.
itself, and then a period of transition out of the age.
But I know what you mean.
And so, basically, what they did was they took
Yeah,
the total
insane.
age. You'll notice here the relationship between
That game was the
Kali
semifinals,
360,000,
and
Sanya
I think so. I'm pretty sure.
in and the Sanya,
Pretty sure.
which was the transition out.
Because I don't think they had made the World Series.
432. But you'll notice that we've got the same recurring numbers again. You know, there's
I mean,
144,000.
I guess a Google
And then we have
a
that
Google
raised
search
another
could
order.
confirm or deny, but
So you see how these same
I'm
numbers
pretty sure it
are
was the
recurring
semis.
over and over again.
The
And I would suggest
National
that there's a
League
pattern emerging.
Conference Finals.
And I know that for a lot of people,
So there's
first
2
time
conferences,
they are
and it was the finals of one conference. So it was like the semifinals.
mind-boggling, what the heck is all these
Best of 7.
you know, it's just too many numbers to sort out. But what you
Team to
realize
win
is
4
that
games
each
first
one of them is
advances.
kind of a mnemonic, because each number
I
has
got you. Thanks,
a
man.
whole collection of
But yeah, dude, it was Like they were definitely
And
the
it's
powerhouse,
still in
and
use
the
today.
momentum
How many
changed
people,
big
I
time.
mean, everybody should know that, a square foot is 144 square inches. I mean, anybody who's a builder, a craftsperson, an artist should know basic rules of measurement. The Mayan world ages. Now you notice there.
Insane, man.
You see similar numbers? The Bakhtun,
Yeah, I did.
144,000 days. So it's almost like they
It
took the same,
did.
they had the same numbers, but they're now representing smaller cycles. But it's the same numbers representing the cyclical periods within an age.
Man, people were hated that, man.
60 days.
So sad.
Was the typical, that was
It's a game, my friends.
kind all over
We're
the
supposed to have fun.
And then they had 5 days added to that, 5 unlucky
That poor
days.
man. I mean, sure, he made, I guess, a
Again,
mistake,
same
but
numbers being repeated redundantly throughout these various traditions. Sacred numbers embedded in solar system architecture. I'm only going to show you a few examples of this to convey to you
Fuck
the
you.
idea. The solar orbs. Well, we measure that, we discover it's
dude, I can't get boosted behind the table. I'm so bad at the camera. I'm only good at it if I don't.
364,000. So notice that we measure the sun according to the human measure of miles. And by the way, what is the origin of the mile?
I think they gave him something because they're just going wow insane.
Origin of the mile comes from the Latin word mil, which means 1,000. So it's talking about 1,000 something. What would it be talking about? 1,000 what? 1,000 paces that average 5.28 feet in length.
But I've been to Wrigley Field
You know that
in Chicago.
Romans were using a mile, there were 1,000
I saw a game there.
They would lay out a Roman
Everyone there was so nice, man.
city center, and everything was measured outwards from that city center according to paces.
Everyone was so nice.
Those paces were 1,000 of them gave the Roman mile. The Roman pace was a little bit shorter,
But that was 2009.
which is where we get our mile from. Our mile, in fact, interestingly, and I'm going to show you a diagram of this shortly, Stonehenge is 105. The outer ring of the Sarsen stone circle measures right at about 105.6 feet, which makes it 1/5 of a mile, or 1/50th of a mile, I'm sorry. That and several other numbers that we find in megalithic structures in ancient England suggest that the mile was actually a unit of measure that was being used as long ago as 4,000 years or longer. And we're still using today the same unit of measure that could have been used 4,000 years ago. And for that reason, and once you begin to get into and understand the sacred basis of our ancient ecological or measuring systems, you'll realize that if we convert completely over to the metric system, we're going to lose something very, very profound. All right,
Insane.
remember, what was the length of the Kali Yuga?
Wow.
32,000 years. What was the length
That's
of
wild.
the Para Yuga? 864,000 years. What was the length of a Platonic month? 1/12 of the great year? Anybody remember? 2,160 years, right?
That's
the
wild.
same number of degrees that measure the cube. All right, what are we looking at here? Anybody recognize that? Look familiar?
That sounds like a very Chicago thing to do.
The moon has a radius of 1,080 miles, gives it a diameter of 2,160. Remember I said that 1,080 or 180, and it's double. 2160 was a lunar number. See, this is a clue to you now. There are several references, for example, in the Sumerian tradition describing the ark built by Sisyphus, which is being described as a cube, which makes no sense. You think, what kind of a ship is it that would be described as a cube? That wouldn't be very seaworthy, a cube, right? But it's not referring to an actual ship as you think of it. It's referring to
Oh, I'm so slow. Why?
in this case, the sphere.
Jeez, man.
Is the moon, which was symbolically considered to be an ark to many of the ancient cultures that believed that the earth was periodically destroyed by catastrophes. So we have the number 1,080, we have the number 2160. And then we have the earth. diameter of a sphere with the same surface area as Earth is 7,920 miles. And also the diameter of the Earth, when you take it from, if you slice it through the Tropic of Cancer through to the Tropic of Capricorn, that diameter also is about 7,920. So we use 7,920 as the sacred number to represent the Earth because
No.
it varies considerably between equatorial and polar diameters.
Fuck
We
me,
find
man.
that at a very significant piercing through of the Earth's diameter from one tropic to the other tropic turns out to be 7,920 miles. We also find that if we take a perfect sphere that has the same area, the same surface area as the Earth actually has, its diameter would be 7,000 miles. So that's the number we use for the Earth. Which means that its radius is half that, or 3,960. And in most books you read, astronomy and so forth, when they're talking in round numbers about the radius of the diameter of the Earth, these are the numbers they use. 7920 and 3960. Okay. Now, what I've got here is evidence for advanced geodetic knowledge in archaic times. What is geodesy or geodetic knowledge? Geodesy is the determination of the size and the shape of the Earth. Early in the 19th century,
Damn it.
such knowledge was acquired by extensive land surveying and triangulating over large tracts of the Earth's surface. Since the 1970s, orbital satellites have provided the most accurate picture of the Earth's exact size and mass distribution. Any advanced comprehension of the larger picture of our planet as a suitable abode for the evolution of higher life requires knowledge of its size and shape. Total mass, of course, determines G, the gravitational constant. The equatorial bulge is an integral component of the forces acting to oppose rotation and orbital stability on Earth as it wheels about the Sun. The relevance of these two basic factors to the evolution of life cannot be underestimated. Ancient master builders understood Earth's fundamental geodetic parameters on a level not equal until the advent of modern satellite surveys. How do we know that? Well, probably the most salient means we have of knowing that is the Great Pyramid of Cheops itself. There's been lots and lots of speculation about what the form or what the function of the Great Pyramid was. Some of it to me is pretty out there. Some of it I think is pretty abstract and speculative. What I've always thought does make the most sense and has the greatest credibility is the pyramid is essentially a model of the Earth, the northern hemisphere. The thing you have to understand when you're looking at the measurement of the Earth in terms of its size and shape is that we have lines. Everybody knows latitude and longitude. Latitude is measured north and south of the equator. Longitude is the measure around this way. Parallels are lines that run parallel to the equator. And traveling along one of the parallels.
God damn it, I can't. I'm so bad around the table, man.
But parallels actually measure. You can see that this parallel here, this is probably the Arctic Circle. It looks to me like about 66.5 degrees north. So it is parallel to the equator, right? So depending on what parallel you are, every line of latitude, north and south, has a corresponding parallel. And you know that from the equator to the North Pole is going to be 90 degrees. And likewise from the equator to the South Pole is going to be 90 degrees.
What the
apart.
fuck, man?
Then in turn we have
What's this
meridian
stupid
lines,
fucking corner?
which are lines that run
It's just so
north-south, but
fucking
actually
shit.
measure distances east and west. So that if you travel from one meridian to the next to another meridian, you would have traveled from north-west. Every point on the surface of the Earth has a local meridian. We have a local meridian here. It's basically the way you would find it is if you walked out here, I believe this is generally south, isn't it, this way? So if we went out here and we looked exactly south and exactly north, and then the zenith overhead, the point 90 degrees up from a flat horizon, we struck an arc from the south point through the zenith point to the North Pole. that arc would be our local meridian. And as the Earth turns under that local meridian, we measure all astronomical motion relative to our point on the surface of the Earth with respect to that local meridian. Now, you'll notice that as you go through the parallels form virtually perfect circles. The meridian lines, on the other hand, are not circles because of the flattening of it. Because of the expansion of the equator, you draw a line around it this way, cut the Earth this way, it's not going to be a circle. If you cut it this way, it will be a circle. Okay, that creates very subtle differences in geometry. When you're measuring a meridian line north to south, what happens is that as you travel north away from the equator, if you were going on a perfect sphere, then each degree of latitude north would have the same distance. But it's not a perfect sphere, it's flat. So as you're moving towards the North Pole, the Earth is actually flattening out. The Earth's radius is shrinking. So it's flattening out. What that means is that to traverse a degree of arc, you have to travel further as you get away from the equator towards the North Pole. Okay, I'm explaining this because you've got to understand this to see how the ancients actually understood, how they demonstrated to us that they understood the size and shape of the Earth with a high degree of accuracy. So again, parallels are going to be in circles. You're going to notice that the biggest circle is going to be the equatorial circle, and as you travel towards the poles, those circles get smaller in size. So therefore, if you took the meridian lines, which would be the dotted lines, the distance between, say, 1 degree of meridians at the equator is going to be greater than that distance between the same two meridians, say, at our latitude here in Atlanta, about 34 degrees north. Or
I can't believe I missed that guy, dude.
Those meridian lines converge until you get to the North Pole, and then they meet each other and have zero.
Oh, it's just so, it's just so dumb.
Okay. This is taken out of the Smithsonian meteorological tables, and what we're looking at here, without belaboring this, is you'll notice latitude 0 degrees, and you go through up to 90 degrees. And what this is showing is if we look into statute miles right there, this says length of 1 degree of the meridian. So this is the line from equator up to the North Pole. Well, if you look at the first number, you'll notice that at 0, when you travel, leave the equator and go to the first degree north latitude, you've gone 68.703 miles. But if you look down here at the very last one, when you traverse that last degree from 89 and you finally get to the North Pole, you've traveled 69.4 miles. So those degrees have stretched out. Okay. Now this is important to understand how the ancients were able to demonstrate to future generations that they understood the size and shape of the Earth. Then we have one length of 1 degree of the parallel. If you notice right there, I don't know if you can read it from out there, but that says 69.172 miles. So think of a circle going around the Earth's equator. You've traveled
Every time I gotta check that. I gotta check that.
You've gone 69.172 miles. Let's go halfway up from equator to North Pole, which would be 45 degrees. You see right there, you've gone 49 miles. Then when you get up to the pole itself, when you're 1 degree away from the North Pole, you only have to go 1.2 miles. Because those meridian lines have converged.
Did you see
So
that?
now,
How did the grenade?
is that if we're measuring the size and the shape of the Earth, that's going to vary.
Did I unload the glass door by pausing and he threw the grenade through the glass door? Like what?
What we discovered is that the ancient people
That was so
did
random.
this and incorporated it into their
What the
architecture
fuck?
so that they would derive units of measurement
That's
that
hilarious.
were ultimately based upon the size and shape of the Earth.
I did push B on the
where
door. I did
structure
open
was
it,
being built.
but it wasn't opening.
Now let's take the most prominent one before we get to that. This
Unless he
is
threw it through the crack or
geodetic
something.
data.
Maybe he can. Maybe they could just throw grenades through that
Going back
glass
to
door.
1830, which was the
It's probably
first
what you can do.
attempt in modern times to determine the size and shape of the Earth. And
Man, that was
set the
weird,
meters.
dude.
Let's go to something we'll recognize, miles. We're talking about the radius here. And you'll notice as you're coming down through here, we get to these last two. World Grid System 72 and Geodetic Reference System 80 are the two that were determined by satellite measurements. And you'll notice that as we come through here, we've got polar radius in miles and then equatorial radius in miles. And then we have the difference in the two radii.
What
right
the
here.
fuck, man?
And we assume that as we come through, we're progressively getting better and better at measuring the size and shape of the Earth. And finally, with satellite measurements, we're getting down here, and we've determined that the polar radius, for example, 3,949.8934, 3,949.8948.
Oh, he made a clip? Nice.
What does
Thanks,
that
buddy.
translate into? Well, let's see.
The grenade?
In terms
Let
of
me see it.
that's a
It's
difference
just so
of,
random, man.
250 feet roughly between,
Every time I gotta check that.
between these two measurements.
See, it's
In other
not
words,
open.
Between the first satellite measurement
Like,
in
what?
72 and the second one in 1980, the difference
What's that face I made?
The history of man may be far longer and stranger than
Wow.
we think. The Great Pyramid may
What a-
indeed not fit in with
what a
what we
terrible
believe about
face.
the past and the nature of the world. Thousands of years ago,
I still don't
someone
understand
measured
what
the Earth with
happened.
remarkable accuracy and recorded this information in the dimensions of the largest.
They must have thrown it
possibly
through the
oldest
door.
stone building on the planet. William R. Fix.
Like, what?
Generally, the age of the pyramid is given around 4,200 years. Roughly about the same age as the Sphinx. Some of you
It
are
doesn't
probably
make any
familiar with
sense.
however, the redating of the Sphinx by several geologists,
Thanks, man.
primarily Robert Schoch from Boston University, who has studied the weathering of the limestone composing the Sphinx.
Dude, if that happens to me on like an actual run, I'm gonna be so upset.
Situated in, and has determined
Lemur baby rage? That sounds
the
about
rock
right.
is severely weathered by water. And of course,
Pretty accurate.
Giza Plateau has been desert for the last 4,000 years, so it's not likely you're going to find severe water erosion on the Sphinx if it's only 4,000 years old. In fact, so severe is the water erosion that it's likely that the Sphinx
That was
is
weird,
probably
man.
tens of thousands of years old. However, Robert Schoch, in most of his public presentations, usually places it at 7,000 to 9,000 years, but he's told people personally he just uses that because he's deliberately being very conservative because he's in the academic community, but he's perfectly willing to believe that could be much older. And I've discussed the extent of the water erosion with him and discovered that he actually hasn't looked in depth at the comparable studies of rates of limestone weathering, which I spent a couple of months about 10 years ago studying, going around to various places where there were limestones and where you could see examples of limestone that had been weathered, and had looked at, read the literature that had been done on limestone weathering, and had concluded that, it would be a minimum of 20,000 years worth of weathering. And that's a minimum if you took the Sphinx and set it in a climate with rainfall, like say we've been having for the last 3 months, which would average out to about 45 inches a year. Even with rainfall like we've been seeing here in Atlanta in the last 3 months, it would take the Sphinx a minimum of 20 to 30,000 years to get the level of erosion. That raises the question regarding the Great Pyramid. Could it be as old? And I see no reason why not. Problem here, though, is that
In that
the Great
clip, yeah,
Pyramid
really.
was once covered in white.
I was just so
limestone
shocked,
stones,
man.
highly polished, and according to Arabic traditions, pretty much all the Arabic traditions and legends about the Great Pyramid concur that the outside of the pyramid prior to the stripping of the casing stones was completely covered in hieroglyphs. And one, it just boggles one's mind to contemplate what might have been written. But clearly, I have a hard time imagining a greater act of vandalism in all of history than the stripping of those stones. In fact, there have been efforts to get into the pyramid
I hate this
up
fucking
until
game.
the time of Al-Mamun, which was, I think, around 1200 AD, but they were completely ineffectual. And then somewhere around the 12th century, I've forgotten the exact year, there was a great earthquake in northern Egypt. And it caused most of the buildings in Cairo to collapse. And it also loosened some of the casing stones on the pyramid, which allowed them to get in and pry those stones loose from the top. And all of the stones were then stripped off, and that indirect high-quality limestone was stripped off and recarved and used in buildings to rebuild Cairo. So I've often thought there's probably temples somewhere in Cairo where maybe some of those original stones are still to be found with inscriptions intact. Of course, I have no idea, but I oftentimes thought, wouldn't that be cool?
What?
Anyways, they stripped off the stones, and as they stripped them off, there was a lot of rubble that fell down and buried the bottom of the pyramid, which turned out to be a good thing because it buried the bottom casing stones. From those bottom preserved. And so from those, the various researchers could determine what the original exact angle of the pyramid was. And according to most calculations, it was around 51 degrees, 51 minutes, 14 seconds. I don't know if that level of accuracy is credible or not, but 51 degrees, 51 minutes would be. And from there, we can then determine what the geometry of the pyramid would have been and what its original height would have been simply by taking the tangent of that angle, 51 degrees, 51 minutes, and knowing the base length, one could calculate what the original height would have been to a high degree of accuracy. So that's been done by, 4 or 5 different people over the years. J.H. Cole in 1925 did what's considered to be the definitive survey of the Great Pyramid. He was a professional surveyor who did a very meticulous survey after they had just cleared away all of the rubble, and he had access to it. He did it under contract to the government of Egypt. The numbers that I'm about to show you here are mostly derived from his survey. So what we have here's some of the original casing stones, and they sit on it's called a socle, which is this base, which was measured to be 55 centimeters in thickness. And of course, you got to bear in mind that this original slope casing stone, it wasn't stepped like that originally. It was a smooth profile. And so here you see that the casing stones were damaged by the rubble falling
I
down,
hate this game.
but enough of them were still intact that one could make this accurate determination of the original angle. Here's the socle, which is 55 centimeters thick, and it sits directly on bedrock. So what it does is it creates 2 ways that one could measure the height of the pyramid, either with or without the socle. There's also 2 ways of measuring the base.
In reality, I hate myself.
1994.
No, I don't hate myself, but I mean, I can't blame the game on that one.
That outside
I gotta blame myself.
the corners, which was the core masonry, there are these sockets, and found one picture showing the socket. This is showing one of the sockets that's still there, that sits outside the core masonry. But based on those sockets, they were able to reconstruct
Yo, Cloud9, what's up, bro?
what the original base of the pyramid would have looked like. So here would have been the 51 degrees, 51 minutes.
How are you, my dude, my man?
55 centimeter thick.
How are you, sir?
Here, like this. Well, what this did was
Welcome,
it gave
man.
2 ways of measuring the perimeter of the pyramid's base. One could
Cloud9
be measured
in the
from
house.
this point up on top of the socle. The other could be measured from down here that included the socle. So what you ended up with was 2 ways of measuring the pyramid's base. Well, which one was the correct one? Well, they were both correct. I think that they were actually intending to embody in there that there were 2 ways of measuring the pyramid's base. So what we have is the length of the base on the socle, which is the shorter of the 2 up there. It was very
Alright, man.
side
Hope you're
to
doing well.
side. You'll notice 755 at the
Yo.
smallest to 756.
Nikki.
Just over at the largest.
For Nikki.
There was some variation. There's probably a reason for that variation, actually, but
Damn
we'll
it.
get into that because it's too technical for what we're talking about today. But the total of those measured around the 4 sides would be 3,023.1.
Oh, it's good, man. It's good, dude. It's going well.
You're taking what's a good number to write down.
We're really close to a PB here, man.
Okay, so now let's see what the measure is.
We just need to have a
around
good
the
run.
socle or the base. And we see
I gotta
that
shoot
its
more. I
size
gotta
is roughly
do the
5
first
feet
cam better.
longer. 760 to 761. Each side again is a little different, but we get a total of
It's going well though, man. It's going well.
43.433 feet. Okay.
How are you, dude?
Over here, I'm going to write down a few numbers that we saw through our radius of the moon, diameter of the moon, radius of the sun, diameter of the sun, number of seconds in a day would be 43,200. Number of seconds in a half
Good, thanks,
day,
man. That's good, buddy.
Seconds in a full day, 86,400. What were some of our more other numbers? Oh yeah,
Those are sick emotes, dude.
40 was one, 7920. Diameter of the Earth, just so they're up there in front of you, we can refer to them as we go on here. All right.
Fuck
So
off.
here is profile.
Come on,
Great
like, what the
Pyramid with
fuck,
51
man?
degree, 51-minute angle. I've just, to make it easy, I've just
Look
rounded
at
off the numbers, 481 feet in height. That would be not including the socket.
Gone one's yours, nice. Yeah, buddy. Had a feeling.
5.85, I just picked one to use.
Oh my god.
51 degree, 51-minute angle. And we find that when we measure it this way, it turns out to be
Thanks, Springer, man.
almost exactly 11/7. There's some other interesting geometry going on related to the golden section, which I don't intend to get into today because it makes
I
more
suck,
sense
guys. I really
actually
fucking
studying
suck.
sacred geometry and you're familiar and you've made these drawings, because in a sacred geometry class, just like in the old Pythagorean and Platonic logic, we draw, and then we eventually build models. And that's the way to really get familiar with this and get these numbers as part of your consciousness. I'm not going to get into the connection with the golden section today. When we measure, including the socle, this becomes our height, 482.7575 feet. At the base, 760.
Yo, what up, Stash? How you doing, bro?
Those
What's up, my
are the
man?
numbers we're going to look at for a second. If we look at these are
Doing well?
various
Good? Nice. What's up, man?
estimates. We're looking at this one right here, the coal height estimate plus the socle, 21.6 inches, gives a total of the height above bedrock of 482.7.
No, it's off. It's off.
So now we're going to go back to the Earth so
Because
we can see how these numbers link.
otherwise, when you're shooting the cameras, it would go on
Latitude and longitude.
on the guards
And we're standing in
instead of the cameras, especially the third cam
No,
down the hall.
polar radius now is 13 miles less than the equatorial radius. So
Yeah, no, I'm doing the Japanese because I'm doing
the circle this way is shorter
the 2.x ending,
that defines the Earth as the equatorial circle.
where you throw the key out the door as you're going out the door in the cut in the fade out.
The longest of any degree
It saves a second, right? And
okay, the
up to a
north-south
second,
is gonna
and
be a little bit shorter. And you'll notice right
apparently the quick pausing and the pausing and stuff is better on Japanese. I mean,
there, 7 miles north of
especially
the
for this
south,
level.
and 69.17
Bunker 1.
to west.
And I think the key throw at the end might be better on Japanese, but that might just be wrong.
That distortion is totally significant because it's that distortion that is in measure.
I know this
of the
level's
Earth's
good for
departure from being
Bunker 1
perfect.
Agent Japanese.
And it's that departure of a perfect sphere that is very significant to us, because without it, again, Earth's orbital stability would be non-existent. Okay, so we're going to divide this up a little bit.
And I don't want to get boosted very much in the big room.
I
think on English you get shot more.
Longitude east to west. And we look very carefully down
Might
in
be
the lower
wrong, though.
right-hand corner. You're going to see something. A little square. You see that little square?
If I was really good, I would want to play English to get more boosts, but I'm not that good, so I just
Degree this way,
I don't.
1/60th of the degree this way. So that's 1
If I get-
minute of latitude and
I don't
longitude.
know. I just might be making it up.
We're going to take a closer look at that, and you will see that 1 minute, then 6,040.
The differences between the two, the biggest difference is my skill.
Okay, now we're going to divide each of those lengths into two. We're going to divide our square minutes into 1/4 second. Here's what I want you to notice. When we do that, we take 1/4 square minute of latitude and longitude. Look at our dimensions.
Scam.
Look at our dimension north to south. Look at these two numbers. In fact, here's an accurate calculation. We take the 482.755 feet, which is the height, and what we discover is that if we multiply that by the number 43,200, which is one of our sacred numbers that we've seen right there, 43,200, it shows up in the Vedas and the Sumerian king lists, etc., etc. If we multiply the height of the pyramid by that number, this is what we come out, 3,949.83 miles. And notice the difference between the pyramid, which I call the standard polar radius, and World Grid System 72 is only 313 feet over the entire size of the Earth. So we have essentially the pyramid being a scale model of the Earth, the northern hemisphere, at a scale of 43,200 to 1. If we take the pyramid, enlarge it by 43,200, its height, including the socket, now becomes the polar radius of the Earth within 300 feet of our satellite surface. Then the two measures of the base are exactly the difference between the east-west difference and the north-south difference at the square minute at the equator. Now, the skeptic and the reductionist would dismiss it. It's just a coincidence, you're just playing with numbers. And I would say, okay, I believe what you want, but it's there. The numbers are there. You can take the surveys of Egypt by Cole. You can take the geodetic surveys. I didn't make those numbers up, or I didn't fudge them. And what you discover is that when you expand it by 43,200, which, you know, if the number was just some arbitrary number, but it turns out that the factor of expansion turns out to be one of the critical sacred numbers within
Oh my God.
the ancient systems. And so here we have the pyramid now, enlarged by 43,200 times. And another way to think of it is if we go back to this diagram right here, you'll see that as the Earth turns, every half second it's going to turn this far. So it means that every 2 seconds, the Earth, you're standing on the equator. In 2 seconds, the Earth is turned 143,200 part of its total orbit. So if you're standing on the equator, in 2 seconds precisely, the Earth is turned in a distance exactly equal to the distance around the base of the Great Pyramid. Now you can dismiss that as being coincidence, but the numbers don't lie. They're there. And so when William R. Fix was saying that someone somewhere thousands of years ago was able to measure the Earth with great precision, and I haven't, of course, elaborated upon all the details. I'm trying to give you
Such a fucking scam. Like, just come on, man.
Referring back to our geodetic
Wasn't
data,
fast enough anyways, I know it wasn't.
look at the various ellipsoids that give the polar radius, and then we take each of those polar radii, going from all of these ellipsoids down the Clark ellipsoid, which has been the one of 1880, and the one used in the United States for all non-military and non-NASA related measures. We still use day-to-day basis. You take a topographic map, if you're going out like a 7.5 quadrangle and you're going out navigating with a topographic map put out by the U.S. Geological Survey, they're using the Clark ellipsoid right there. But you'll notice that when we take these various polar radii lengths in feet and divide them by 43,200, you can see the numbers we get right here. Remember, the height of the pyramid is estimated at 482.7575. So looking at this, what you see on here, which one would be the closest? Well, you notice it's come out very, very close to the given that it's very possible.
Come on. I hate this game, man. That was me. That wasn't the game.
Satellite survey of Asia.
It was
Well,
me.
if we did another one again with this highest degree of accuracy, we would discover there's still going to be a discrepancy. And the reason is that the Earth spinning through space, there are various tidal forces working on the Earth, which are constantly causing it to distort its shape by up to 2 or 3 or 4 or 500 feet. So we never would be able to get more accurate than 300 or 400 feet, because the Earth itself is changing shape. And if we were to measure it every year for the next 10 years, we would get 10 different numbers. They'd all be very close, but they would deviate somewhat, because the Earth itself, there are tidal bulges. Where's the moon relative to the Earth? That's going to affect. If the moon and the sun are on the same side of the Earth, that will affect the shape of the Earth up to being several hundred feet measured over the diameter of the Earth. And so it is not amiss to say that the pyramid enshrines a measure of the Earth that could be considered as accurate as those determined by modern satellite surveys. That to me is a very profound insight, because it does suggest that somebody once upon a time was able to measure the Earth size and shape with that level of precision. And if they were able to do that, what's the implication of that? See, that's the interesting part. Because no primitive culture, using the method of Eratosthenes,
What to host you?
about 300
Forgot.
BC in Greece,
On the way.
he measured
Really?
the Earth and was generally considered to be
Insane.
quite accurate, because he was able to get the circumference of the Earth
Thanks, man.
within about 500 miles of its actual
That's crazy.
circumference by using the methods available to the ancient Greeks. You see,
That sucks.
and he was considered to
Thanks,
be the
man.
first to measure by basically putting a stick in the ground and measuring the angle of the
No way.
shadow on the longest day of the year over a couple of successive years. That's
Why were people hosting like Amaranth and making advertising money off it or some shit?
very interesting how he did it. But he was considered to be,
I guess you can't
pretty
make ad money
proficient,
off
because
that.
he was able to determine that
Off
the,
someone else's channel.
Size of the Earth was, the circumference of the Earth was 25,000 miles, which is generally considered to be about 24,800, depending on where you measure. So he was, maybe within 50 miles of the actual dimension of the Earth, but nowhere near as close as the pyramid. So again, even if the pyramid was built 4,200 years ago,
From no ads.
you got to say who 4,200
Jokes.
years ago had the technology to measure
Yeah, I hear you.
with that degree of accuracy. Now, that we know of, nobody 4,200 years ago did, or how they would have done it. On the other hand, if it turns out that the pyramid could be much older, it leads us back to the, going back 10,000 or 20,000. This to me is one of those little, sort of like the little crack in the dike, that if you don't keep it plugged, the whole edifice of contemporary knowledge could get swept away. Because we can't acknowledge that somebody 10,000 or 20,000 years ago was scientifically sophisticated. That was the days of the Cro-Magnon man and Aleutians living in a cave and so forth. Cave Sicily. Yes, I'm sure people did take refuge in caves when things got really crazy out here. Yes, I think people did take refuge. But see, this is one of those things, again, that if you accept that it's not just a coincidence, it opens up a whole can of worms that mainstream science generally doesn't want to address. Because we're the epitome of scientific evolution right here and now. Right? Nobody before we built satellites could have measured the Earth to within a couple of hundred feet of its actual dimension. So, given 2 seconds of time, 143,200th part of the daily rotation, a point on the equator will travel a distance precisely equal to the perimeter of the Great Pyramid's base as measured with the socket. In 1/2 second of time, a point on the equator will rotate a distance equal to one side of the base of the Great Pyramid measured with the socket. So here you have a time and space measure integrated into one. The time measure comes in because it's the span of time that the Earth has moved. In 2 seconds, the Earth has turned and moved a distance within a fraction of an inch being the distance around the base of the Great Pyramid. And so the height of the Great Pyramid measured with the socket is 143,200th part of the Earth's polar radius. So therefore, the Great Pyramid is a model of one hemisphere of the Earth at a scale of 1 to 43,200. So if we took the Great Pyramid and we created a duplicate and turned it upside down, put the two together base to base, that would now give us the polar diameter. One more example, the Parthenon, to show that this geodetic knowledge was still extant down to the time of the building of the Parthenon about 2,400 years ago. This is the east facade. We're all familiar with the Parthenon. It's almost as well known as the Great Pyramid. Well, if we measure its base in the manner that I'm showing here, it's 100 Greek feet. So how long was a Greek foot? A little bit longer than our modern foot of 12 inches. Before we do that, let's look
Like
at
what? How many times I hit that camera?
based upon our American feet that we use. The east facade is 101.2957 ... feet. So if we divide that by 100, we get the length of the Greek foot, which would have been 1.0129, etc., of our American, which are actually the British feet. Okay, I better write that down so we don't forget it. That's good enough right there. There's the width of the Parthenon measured in our American feet. And also notice the latitude of Athens, where the Parthenon is located, is 37 degrees, 58 minutes north. And I'm going to write that down, 37 degrees, 58 minutes. So it's almost 38 degrees north. And here we have, based upon numerical and proportional relationships augmented by extensive analysis of ancient structures, artifacts, and texts, Sticchini, who was considered one of the preeminent metrologists of the 20th century, he determined various lengths of the foot and came up with the Greek foot of 1.0114064. Now notice here we've got the width of the east facade of the Parthenon divided by 100 gives a Greek foot of 1.0129 for a difference of 0.018 inch in excess of the length of the Greek foot as calculated by Sticchini. It is acknowledged by architectural historians that the Parthenon was originally built to be 100 Greek feet in width. This would have made it equal to 101.14 English feet when built. Now if we go back to the length of 1 degree of the meridian, and we look right here at the latitude of Athens, we find something very interesting. Length of 1 degree of the meridian at the latitude of Athens is 68.962 miles, or 364,121.647 feet. So if we take that number divided by 60, it gives us the length of 1 minute of meridian arc. Then we divide that meridian arc by 60, it gives us 1 second of meridian arc. And notice what 1 second of meridian arc is, 101.1449 feet. So 1 second of meridian arc at 38 degrees north latitude, given the international ellipsoid and the Clark ellipsoid, you'll note here that it's exact. So in other words, what we have there, the total difference in length of 1 second of meridian arc, 38 degrees north latitude, and the east facade of the Parthenon is 0.05 inch. But again, that's for 38 north latitude. It's actually at 37.50. So if we make that adjustment of 2 minutes of arc south, this 0.05 pretty much just disappears into nothing. So what we have is the Parthenon, again, maybe coincidence, but here we have the Parthenon being precisely 1 second of arc of the Earth's circumference at that latitude that it's placed. Now again, that implies somebody was able to measure the earth with incredible precision, if this isn't a coincidence. And I think the burden of proof would be on the person who tries to dismiss this as being coincidental. Because the two examples I've shown you here could be multiplied many times over. We haven't even talked about the Gothic cathedrals. The fact that every Gothic cathedral was built with its own cubit. And that cubit is based upon a multiple or a subdivision of the meridian length at the latitude that the cathedral was built. So you could take many examples of this, and what I'm suggesting here is not necessarily that the Gothic cathedral builders of 800 years ago were able to measure the earth with that accuracy. But then again, it does seem to imply that somebody was able to measure the earth, that maybe there has been a tradition going back to who knows when, from the building of the pyramid, coming down through the age of the Greeks, right down to the building of the European Gothic cathedrals 800 years ago, a tradition of very sophisticated geodetic knowledge. Well, again, this opens up a huge can of worms about when people were supposed to, what they knew and when they were supposed to have learned. So there's another dimension to this as well, and this is, I'm only going to show you a few examples out of hundreds of possible examples I could be showing you. Ancient writings, Semitic writings, and I'm coming with two examples here. The Hebrew ancient writings, which would be Kabbalistic writings, the Hebrew Old Testament, the Torah, the Midrash, all of those. And then the Greek alphabet, the New Testament was written in Greek, all of the Pythagorean and Neo-Pythagorean literature written into Greek. Well, as it turns out, both of those languages, this was prior to the advent of the Hindu-Arabic numeral system. The Hindu-Arabic numeral system is when we came up with what we now have, is we have our alphabet and we have our set of numbers. And they're two different things, right? We use our alphabet for the spoken language and written language, and we use numbers for calculating and mathematics. But they're different. But prior to the advent of the Hindu-Arabic numeral system, in the Semitic languages, the same symbols that were letters were also numbers. And the key was what you see right here, called a denary system. So Aleph was 1, Bet was 2, Gimel was 3, Dalet was 4, He was 5, Waw was 6, Dayan 7, and so on, down to Resh, Shin, and Tau, 200, 300, and 400. Yud, which was considered the seed of the Hebrew alphabet, had the value of 10. Okay, so units, tens, and hundreds. Then there was a symbolic component to each of the, for example, Aleph originally was the word for an ox. And Bet was originally the word for house. Gimel, originally the word for camel, and so on. Then we get to the Greek system, and it's also a denary system, units, tens, and hundreds. So alpha, beta, gamma, delta, epsilon, digamma, zeta, eta, theta, etc., 1 through 9. Then iota, kappa, lambda, mu, nu, xi, omicron, pi,
Oh, come on.
kappa, 10 through 90, and so on. Rho through Sampi wasn't actually a written letter, it was just simply included to get the value of 900. Okay, so we have the same system, units, tens, and hundreds. So how was this employed? Well, here's an example. Here's aletheia, which was the Greek word for truth. And if you add up the eta, the alpha, the lambda, the eta, theta, epsilon, iota, and alpha, based on the values that I just showed you, the total value is 72. That's one of our key sacred numbers. Because most of the numbers that I showed you here are multiples of 72, 36 or 72. Katabala, which means conception, the first moment of creation. Kappa, alpha, tau, alpha, beta, omicron, lambda, eta. Take the values, again, directly from the historically authenticated table that I showed you, and they add up to 432. So there you see these numbers showing up here. Yerushalayim, or Jerusalem. Iota, epsilon, rho, omicron, upsilon. This would be the Greek spelling in the New Testament. Sigma, alpha, lambda, eta, and mu. There's the values of the individual letters. Iota, which was 10, epsilon, 5, etc. And when you add those up, you get 164. Again, do we find that number on our list? Yes, we do. These numbers again are showing up with redundancy. The temple of immortality, Oneos Thanatos. Let's see, I've got how to pronounce that. Athanasius. Oneos Oneos Athanasius. Athanasius, that's it. The temple of immortality. So if we take that spelling, add it up, it also is 864. And I'll work on my pronunciations for next time. The Holy Ghost, Toahian Pneuma. Pneuma, like root or words like pneumatic, means the Holy Ghost or the Holy Spirit. Add up those, the value of those, and you get 1080. The Fountain of Wisdom, Pegasophias, also adds to 1080. So these are just a few examples of, then I heard another great voice from heaven saying, "Come out, my people, out of her, lest you take part in your sins, lest you share in her plague." A phrase from the book of Revelation and 1296, which is half of the great year cycle. So I mean, these examples could be multiplied by hundreds, literally by hundreds. And this is actually one of the subdivisions of the study of Kabbalah, which is the gematria, the study of the numerical or mathematical basis of language. And what you discover when you go into the mathematical basis of language is the whole thing is constructed upon the same architecture of sacred numbers that we've been looking at here for the last hour. Probably have all familiar with things like, "Here is wisdom, let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man 666. You ever heard that? Probably the most famous and controversial number out of the Bible, 666. Well, if you want to understand what that is actually referring to, you have to peel back the outer literal representation of these tales and look at the underlying mathematical architecture, because that's where it's concealed. And it actually turns out that the orbital velocity of the Earth around the Sun is 66,600 miles per hour, exactly. And that's one of the first astronomical connections, and then there's many, many more connections with that number that we find occurring in sacred geometry. So all of this, there's a lot of silliness and accretion and stuff that's accreted to that, the belief in that number by basically fundamentalists and superstitious people who don't look at the underlying science. But we will take a couple of minutes here and look at a few things. I lifted up, this is from the Old Testament, Zechariah, I lifted up mine eyes again and looked. Behold, a man with a measuring line in his hand. Then said I, Whither goest thou? He said unto me, To measure Jerusalem, to see what is the breadth thereof and what is the length thereof. Old Testament prophet, Zechariah. So here was the beginning of his prophetic experience, his prophetic vision. He sees this man who's got a measuring line in his hand. And he says he's going to go measure the holy city. And when he does see, then what's the revelation that follows? The revelation is the sacred geometry that poses that is the basis of the architecture of the holy city. So the whole revelation is really, it's a geometric revelation. Again from the book of Revelations, and I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount of Zion, which to anybody who's versed knows that that's a reference to the sign of Aries, the lamb, and with him 144,000, which is this number right here, having his father's name written in their foreheads. What is that? Well, it means that somebody who studies sacred geometry, eventually, you've got these numbers as such an integral part of your consciousness, in your forehead, in your frontal lobe, your waking consciousness, that these numbers literally become a part of the way you experience reality and experience the world, because the numbers are all around us in the world. It gives a shape to the world. It defines the periods of time that governs the cycles of our life. And I heard a voice from heaven as the voice of many waters and as the voice of a great thunder. And I heard the voice of harpers harping with their harps. And they sung, as it were, a new song before the throne and before the four beasts. What are the four beasts? The bull, the lion, the eagle, and the man. Divides the cosmic wheel into periods of 6,480 years, which I certainly should add, because that's an important number. So there's a veiled reference to that cycle of time, 6,480. And no man could learn that song but the 140 and 4,000 which were redeemed from the earth. Now, when you get into Kabbalistic studies, you could go to the English translation to kind of lead you into the outer portal. But if you want to get into the inner teaching, you've got to go beyond that. You've got to go back to the original languages. And I'm not going to get too much into that, but the word redeemed is actually a very interesting word. It's talking about the redeemed of the earth, 134,000. We discovered that the word was agorazo, from agora, and it means to go to market. So basically what it's saying is that those who achieve salvation at the day of judgment are those who go out to shop. Well, isn't that what George Bush told us to do after the, see, so George Bush, he got his thumb on the pulse of, but actually, see, why does it, what's the connection with going to market? Well, as a place, probably the town square, that should be the first one, the square, see, there's your geometry. As a place of public resort, by implication, market or thoroughfare. So the idea first is the idea of a square, because the marketplace would be built around a square, a literal square. So it became associated with the idea of people gathering within this square, see. It comes from, well, agorazo comes from, see here, so to go to market, by implication, to purchase, especially to redeem. And it comes from this root, agora, which is related to this, aguero, the idea of collecting one's faculties. This is the idea of collecting within the square in here, right? Well, this is thinking now about, metaphorically, collecting one's faculties, but also to waken or to rouse, literally from sleep, from sitting or lying, from disease or death, or figuratively from obscurity or ruin. It means to awake, to lift up, to raise up, to rear up. So see, all of these ideas are what you're led to once you start going into the original Kabbalistic meanings of the language. So what starts out like go shopping, go to the market, means going to the town square. It means the gathering within this square. Here's the link with your geometry. But then one of the words that we look at when we study the Kabbalistic study of words is we look at the original roots, but then we look at how did they bifurcate and how did they lead, because you can follow the evolutionary paths of language to get back to what some of the original meanings actually were, to try to get to what the authors of these sacred writings were really trying to get to. Because you've got to remember that all of these sacred writings have gone through multiple layers of translation by people who may or may not have understood the original doctrines that were concealed in there symbolically and mathematically. Also from the book of Revelation. The reference to the new song is very interesting because, and I would defer later to Jeremy on this, who's been studying the sacred geometry of music, but there is a Phrygian mode of representing the octave that goes from 432 cycles per second to 864 cycles per second. So the reference to singing a new song suggests to me that possibly we're talking about a change in frequency involving life here on earth, and that those who change their consciousness accordingly will be in harmony with the changing frequencies. And I believe that is one of the core teachings of this, is that as Earth goes through its evolutionary journey through the galaxy, through varying geometric relationships with the astronomical universe, what is happening is that the frequencies hinging upon the Earth are constantly going through an evolution as well. And part of understanding the ancient secrets or methods of the master builders of old was utilizing the sacred geometry and the geodetic knowledge to create structures that resonated with the earth because they were harmonically attuned to the earth. I think that's part of what's going on, trying to understand the sacred science behind structures like the Parthenon and the Great Pyramid, many of the other temples, is this science of harmony, of the science of resonance. And and creating structures that vibrated according to certain frequencies. And those frequencies would be attuned to the slowly changing frequencies of the earth itself as it goes on its cosmic journey through the universe. I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and I, John, saw the holy city, the new Jerusalem. Jerusalem is the 864, right? 864, that's the Jerusalem. Coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And there came unto me one of the seven angels, saying, Come hither, I will show thee the bride, the Lamb's wife. And he carried me away in the spirit to a great and high mountain, and showed me that great city, the holy Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God, having the glory of God. And her light was like unto a stone most precious. And it had a wall great and high, and had 12 gates, and at the gates 12 angels, and names written thereon. Now, of course, those names are mathematical keys. On the east 3 gates, on the north 3 gates, on the south 3 gates, and on the west 3 gates. The wall of the city had 12 foundations, and in them the names of the 12 apostles of the Lamb. And he that talked with me had a golden reed to measure the city. So here again, we have this idea of the measuring of the city, because the city is the repository of the cosmic doctrine. The gates thereof and the wall thereof. And the city lieth 4 square, and the length is as large as the breadth. And he measured the city with the reed 12,000 furlongs. The length and the height of it are equal. And he measured the wall thereof 144 cubits, according to the measure of a man, that is, of the angel. Now, I find that verse to be particularly potent in its meaning, because, first of all, we have to ask the question, what are we talking about? What is the Bible talking about when it refers to angels? Well, you know, the counterpart to angels are found in all cultures. It's just in the Bible they're called angels, who are the messengers, right, from this other domain. But in other cultures, they were usually referred to as the gods. And basically, in the Christianization of the ancient pagan traditions, the gods were replaced by the angels, but their function within the cosmic hierarchy is identical. And so, the fact that the measure of a man, a human, is the same as the measure of the angel is very interesting, because it's saying that we're somehow linked to the gods through a common system of measure. But notice the numbers, 144 cubits. Of course, you got to ask, what is a cubit? And that leads us into some interesting digressions there. Also, the 12,000 furlongs. Well, anybody know how much a furlong is? What is a furlong? Furlongs have almost fallen into disuse. It's a British or English unit of measurement, but it found its way into the King James Bible. It was basically the British counterpart of the Greek stage, which had various lengths, but basically the same length as the furlong. What was the furlong? Furlong, where is a furlong used today? Yeah, who goes to the track? Horse racing. A furlong is 660 feet, 1/8 part of a mile. Well, here's what's interesting about the furlong. If you multiply it by 12 to convert it to inches, you discover that the furlong is exactly 7,920 inches. Where did we see that number? This is now a test of your memory. The diameter of the earth. Remember I said the diameter of the earth taken through the tropics, the sacred number that's representing the earth? The furlong is to the inch as the earth is to a mile. It's a proportion. This is a sacred proportion that was intentionally
come on, man.
into the units of measurement.
Bullshit.
So that we lay out a furlong, right, 660 feet, 1 inch, which is derived from our thumb, the width of our thumb, right there, you can check it out. Put your thumb on there and you'll discover it's 1 inch wide. That's the digit. So the thumb is to your foot in this cosmic relationship of 12 to 1. And when you pace, like this is how pace is generally considered. You start from one point, Put your heel against the point, and in every other step you count. 1, 2, 3. 1,000 of those, averaging 5.28 feet, gave us the mile. Right? 1,000 times 5.28, 5,280. And that was the origin of the mile. The mile is literally a mill, 1,000 human paces. The pace, think about the pace, what that is. Our foot, our pace. Our pace, our foot is what anchors us to the earth. Our pace is what moves us about the face of the earth, right? The most fundamental relationship we have with the earth, our feet, right? That ratio of pace to foot, 5.28. Now, we have the furlong is 12,000 of these things, right? 12,000, Holy City is 12,000 of these things, 660 feet. Multiply that out, you discover 7,920,000 feet. So how big is that? Well, divide that by the number of feet in a mile, 5,280, and what you discover is it's precisely 1,500 miles. So what would be 1,500 miles in diameter? Is there some object out there that could be 1,500 miles in diameter? It's certainly described as being something they see in the heavens, right? Well, I'll leave this one an open-ended question for right now, but here's something that's interesting. If we take this number and divide it into, compare it to the Earth, to get a sense of scale, Earth, 7,920, Holy City, 1,500. So we put 7,920 over 1,500, and if you quickly do that calculation in your head, you'll discover that 1,500 goes into 7,920, exactly 5.28 times the relationship of our foot to our pace. So here's a very strange correlation. The earth to the holy city is the same as the pace to the foot. What are they trying to say there? Well, one of the implications of this, it follows from this truth. The truth is that we humans
It's just so
are
dumb,
ultimately
guys.
designed
It's just so
according
fucking
to
dumb.
the cosmic measure. We were created in the image of God, right? And God is the ultimate cosmic measure.
Just too dumb. It's not
We, being
pace.
created in the image of God, embody the cosmic measures. So when Protagoras said man is the measure of all things, what he was implying is that we are the ultimate yardstick for the cosmos. In fact, when one looks at the scale of phenomena, from the human up to the largest macro scale that we know of, and from the human down to the smallest micro scale we know of, where are we within that hierarchy? Right smack in the middle. So there's as much above us as there is below us. There's as much greater than us as there is lesser than us. And I think that's one of the implications of this, is that when we begin looking at our sacred geometry, we realize it's the ultimate fusion of all of these phenomena on all scales, and the ultimate component, or the ultimate symbol of all that fusion is we ourselves. And then, of course,
not
ultimately
it.
it's our consciousness, because, like I said, with his name written in our forehead, what that means is that when you study sacred geometry, you're literally building an edifice in your consciousness. You're building a form out of your own, the material of your own conscious mind that reflects this order of nature, of cosmic nature that's all about us. And that's the power, and why study of sacred geometry can ultimately be key to accessing lots of other things like the Kabbalah, the alchemy, and the Hermetic wisdom, and the Gnostic traditions, and the traditions of the Vedas, and so forth. There it is, 12,000 furlongs. The city lieth four square. 48,000 furlongs on a perimeter. It's also described as cubical. 12,000 furlongs equals 7,920,000 feet, which equals 1,500 miles. The total perimeter, 31,680. That has a profound mystical significance, which we will save for another time. So there it is, a tabulation of some of the stuff we've covered. The diameter of the earth, 7920. 1 furlong, 7920 inches. The diameter of the New Jerusalem, 7,920,000 feet, which is 1,500 miles. 1 mile is 5,280 feet, or 1,000 paces of 5.28 feet. 1.5 miles is 7,920
Oh, come on.
And here's the pace to the foot, equals the earth to the holy city, which equals 7920 to 1,500. There's that magic ratio of 5.28 that links the earth to this other cosmic entity, for now going unnamed, that relates to our own scale exactly as our pace does to our foot. And what you discover is that if you're taller or shorter, it doesn't matter, because it's a proportional relationship. If you're taller, your pace, my pace is in excess of 6 feet. So 5.28, you're going to have a somewhat shorter, but you're going to discover that the ratio is relatively constant. Because as you get taller, presumably your feet get bigger, with some exception. I know some little people with really big feet. And here is the Hebrew cubit, which is 18 inches. Remember, 144 cubits according to the measure of a man, that is of the angel. We have the Egyptian royal cubit of 1.727 feet. The wall of the city was 144 cubits. If we take the 144 cubits that are the Hebrew cubits, it's 216 feet, or 2,592 inches. Add 1 0 on the end of that, and we have the great year cycle, 25,920 years. If we express it instead in Egyptian cubits, which may have been the original intent, if not implying that either cubit was legitimate, 144 Egyptian royal cubits of 144 times 1.727, 248.814. Move the decimal over 2 points. You got 24,881.4. Call that miles. And there's the circumference of the earth. 24,881 miles. So there's all kinds of information embedded in it, but you've got to have the key to begin to unlock it. Okay, and then also notice that the moon, 2,160 miles, or 17,280 furlongs, we set the diameter of the moon to the diameter of the holy city. There's our 1.44 ratio. So what we have here is this redundancy over and over again. We have these same numbers recurring over and over again in the measure of time and space, both in absolute dimensions but also in the proportional relationships that result from comparing these various entities of time and space. As we've learned now, the diameter of the moon is 2160 miles, the diameter of the sun is 864,000. As it turns out, if you take the diameter of the sun and multiply it by this number right here, it gives us the distance between the earth and the sun. And if we take the diameter of the moon, which is 2160, multiply it by the same factor of 108, we discover that we now
I hate
have
this game. I hate this stupid friggin' game.
So it's this 108 factor, this 108 spacing, this proportional relationship. We could express it this way.
Man.
Solar distance to solar diameter equals lunar distance to lunar diameter, and the value of that proportion is the sacred number 108. As we see embodied right here in Bakheng of Cambodia in the 12th century with its 108 towers. And there are many examples of how these numbers were incorporated into the fabric of sacred architecture. That there has been some kind of a universal system at use in the ancient world. And these various cultural groups, whether it was the Egyptians or Sumerians or Mayans or the Mongolians or the megalithic builders, had access to some universal system from some source that was outside their own cultural context. And I suggest that the source of that goes back into deep time, that takes us back beyond the threshold of known history into the realm of mythical history, which means we're going back like into the Ice Age, back into the Pleistocene, to use the geologist term, back into the deep recesses of the human tenure on planet Earth, whose only memory has come down to us not in the form of recorded history, but in the form of myth and epic story and legend and so forth. Because as it turns out, if we, and this again is a good topic for a sacred geometry class, when we analyze Plato's description of Atlantis, Plato basically gave the date of the sinking of Atlantis as 9,000 years prior to Solon, the Egyptian, the Athenian poet and statesman Solon, did a 10-year exile in Egypt. And it was Solon that brought back the tale of Atlantis and presented it to the Greeks. And Solon basically made that journey around 600 BC. So if you add the 9,000 years to the 600 BC, we come up with a date of about 11,600 years ago for Plato's date for the demise of Atlantis. Well, it's very interesting that the date 11,600 years has been independently discovered by geologists looking at the tempo of various catastrophes that have occurred on Earth. And to those catastrophes is where I'm now going to turn. Catastrophes in the time of man, the tempo of global change. What I've done here is I put a time bar that goes from the present, right here. This is us now. This is today. Right here is May 3rd at 4 o'clock to 4 o'clock. That's right here. And this is 150,000 years ago. The reason I used 150,000 years is that some of the earliest skeletal remains ever discovered of modern humans date back to 150 to even to 180,000 years. Skeletons that appear to be indistinguishable from a modern skeleton, which suggests that modern humans with presumably equivalent intelligence to our own were present on the planet at least this far back. So here we've got a 150,000 year time span. You'll notice this little red bar at the end. That red bar represents the span of recorded history, which is basically the advent of Sumerian cuneiform writing. So if it turns out that there were modern humans living through this whole span of time, why is there no history? Well, now you got to do is turn to these various things that I've put on here. These are events that have occurred. And I used a certain criteria for these events. And here's the criteria. I began studying the record of geological change, climate change, environmental change, and I focused on events that could be considered catastrophic. And catastrophic to the extent that were an event of an equivalent magnitude to occur now, it would basically end civilization as we know it. That's the criteria. What would be the magnitude of an event that it would take to terminate our modern industrial civilization? That's the criteria that I used. Then I began to search through the record of all of the events that would be of that magnitude or greater. And the events that I found so far have been entered onto this graph. And they're listed all here. You can see it. How many do we have here? And this is not complete necessarily, but we have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 of them in 150,000 years. So at least 16 times in the last 150,000 years there have been climate or environmental or geological catastrophes powerful enough that were they to occur today would essentially put us back into the Stone Age. Would essentially, if you think about some of the small catastrophes we have seen in the last few years, from the destruction of New Orleans to the Great Tsunami, to some of the big earthquakes that we've seen, New Orleans is still not recovered. But you've got to imagine what would happen if an event that was one order of magnitude greater than Katrina. By that I mean 10 times worse. Let's say that we had 10 cities decimated to the extent of New Orleans. We could certainly recover from it, but it would be a major effort to do so. Now what if we were talking about 2 orders of magnitude? Let's say, to put it into a rough equivalency, an event that could cause the decimation of 100 major urban areas. Could we recover from that? Question. Now let's go 3 orders of magnitude. Now we're talking about the equivalent of 1,000 major cities completely decimated. Okay, at that level, 3 orders of magnitude, that's what these are. Those are events that essentially would be 3 orders of magnitude. Once you begin to ponder this, it becomes apparent why there isn't a record, an extant record of what's been going on for the whole time that we humans have been here. Now, at this point, you probably haven't tied this in with what we've been saying before, other than I'll point out a few things to you. This should be onset of the late Wisconsin Ice Age, 26,000 years before present. Remember the great year, the precessional cycle? Add about 80 years to that, and we've got 26,000. Of course, 26,000 you consider a figure plus or minus a few centuries. Now, you come through that cosmic clock that I showed you, right? Halfway to the cusp of the age of Leo. 12,900 years ago, roughly. And what happened? We have something that happened. 12,900 years before present, onset of the Younger Dryas climate catastrophe, first phase of the megafaunal extinctions. Now here what I've done is I've entered some green dots. Now look at what the green dots are. The green dots are basically derived directly from the model of the Great Year, based upon cycles of 6,480, 12,960, and then 25,920.
I don't think it's fast enough.
Notice how high of a correlation there is between the tempo of events, the actual events that have been derived by scientists without any reference to this great year model at all,
Like, fuck
and
off.
the timing
Like, fuck
of
this
these
game.
ages of the world. Remember the 6,480
Oh.
years? That was the bull, the lion, the eagle, and the man. And according to the traditions, each of those seasons of the great year is inaugurated by some type of a great event, a transformative event, a catastrophe, if you will. And what I've done here is I have developed a data set that shows the correlation. It certainly seems from a study of this graph that these intervals, these event nodes as I call them, the susceptibility of something happening goes up exponentially for a short period of time. Here's the analogy that I
Thanks, Dash.
You're out
Thanks,
driving
man. Thanks,
along a
homie.
quiet
Thanks,
country
buddy.
road. You've got it on, cruise control. You're kicking back. You're listening to some tunes. You're not paying much attention. You're talking on your cell phone.
Thanks, man.
Not much traffic. Okay, now you come up to a major highway. Cars are like this. Well, you're crossing that intersection, and while you're crossing that intersection, now suddenly you got to put your cell phone down and start paying attention, because if you don't, you're going to get T-boned, right? Well, obviously, you've got your whole journey, and each time you cross an intersection of a major highway, the potential of a catastrophe increases considerably over what it would be while you're out there on the lonely country road. Well, you see, our planet is on a cosmic highway around the galaxy. And we're now beginning to understand the fine
Fucking hell,
structure of the
man.
galaxy, and we realize that there is a pattern and an order to it. And there's a tempo of these orbital revolutions. There's a tempo of the galaxy. And there's a wave pattern of the Earth moving up and down, above and below the galactic plane. And within that, there are suborbital cycles as well. And we also discovered that there seems to be a tempo in the delivery of cosmic matter to the inner solar system. It doesn't seem to be random. And this is going to be beyond the scope of today's lecture. But what I'm getting at here is that the evidence now supports the conclusion that the delivery of cosmic material and energy, the energy pulses that would be affecting Earth are non-random. That they're on some kind of a cosmic timetable, a cosmic tempo, if you will. And I think this is one of the most important insights we get from these ancient traditions is the measurement of cosmic time and how it relates to us here on Earth. You just got to know what to look for and where to look for it. Once you begin to become aware of it and you begin to see it, you begin to realize that the cosmic fingerprints are everywhere about us. We're in fact living in and upon the wreckage of the former world. The rubble of these former worlds is all around us, but we haven't had the scale of perspective to see it. And that's where we're at now. I'm completely thrilled with things like the emergence of Google Earth, because Google Earth is now allowing us to just all of us to sit at our computers and see the cosmic perspective of Earth. And when you look at it from the extraterrestrial point of view, things begin to show up that we don't see when we're right down here immersed on it so close that we're like ants walking on the rubble and can't see what's around us. But we do see that we literally have built our own world and our own social system on top of and out of the wreckage of former worlds. Hello, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to a short-form special podcast that I'm doing with my friend Peter Zelenka. Peter is one of the how-tubers and has many classes on astrophotography for sale, or a lot of good free content as well on HowTube, and it's definitely worth checking out. Peter and I have been on a couple of tours together now. We've been Canyonlands area of Utah and the Scablands area of eastern Washington. Were you on the trip, Peter, where we went into the arches? Were you on that one?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, Peter and I thought we'd have a little conversation about a few things kind of our overlapping mutual interests. And Peter's going to talk a little bit about how he and I got connected, how he got connected with this work, if you want to call it that. And then we're going to look at some interesting things with astronomy and geometry and some of the connections there, and possibly even some things that ancient peoples were aware of. So you want to just go ahead, Peter?
Yeah, well, back in must have been May of 2021. I saw you were doing a trip over in Canyonlands, and that's where I was living at over in Utah. So I figured I'd come along and learned a lot along the way for sure. Kind of opened my eyes to some of the crazy things that might have happened there in the past. And then, of course, at Scablands, you really see it there with all the massive canyons and the cataracts and everything else. So one of the things that I know you've talked about before is that you did a lot of traveling when you were younger, and myself as well. When I was traveling, I spent about 4 years living on the road. And can you see that photo there of the
Yes, I
Milky Way?
can. Yep.
Yeah, so this is our Milky Way galaxy. This is the galaxy we live in. And if you get out to a dark enough sky, you can actually see it pretty well with the naked eye. And these photos were taken in Utah. And here's kind of a close-up shot of the Milky Way. You can see there's some nebula in there and a lot of dust, which could be interesting to talk about in the future, some of that dust. And here's a view of the Andromeda galaxy, which is similar to ours. And to kind of give you a perspective, when we look at Andromeda, we're looking from way off in the distance, obviously. But I don't know if you can see my mouse cursor or not.
Yes.
When we're in the Milky Way, we're kind of like somewhere in here roughly. So we're looking into the galaxy, and that's why it looks like this band, because we're looking in it. We're kind of center of it, looking towards the core right here.
Would it be reasonable to say that we're sort of like in the suburbs of the galaxy?
Yeah, I've heard it
Other than
described
in
like
the downtown urban area?
that. Right. And
Okay.
it's probably a good thing, because if we get too close in here, there's a lot more action going on from the looks of it. So probably better live in a quieter neighborhood.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then here we have some of the nebula, which I think are pretty fascinating, because one of the things that I've tried to show people over the years is that with a normal camera and lens, you can take photos like this. And that's what I tried to do over on HowTube, is build a few different courses that show you how to take all these different types of photos with anywhere from a normal camera and lens to something a little bit higher end. And I know you did some videos on the Pleiades and how that ties in with the shoulder of the bull and Halloween, so people might want to look into that more. Of course, all the comet stuff. I think this was Comet Neowise a few years ago. Just with a normal camera lens, you could photograph this. And right now, like you mentioned, that's all over on HowTube if people want to look into that more. We also have this photo of the Horseshoe Bend in Arizona with the zodiacal light, which, as I understand it, is just kind of like the dust in the upper atmosphere or around the planet there.
Now,
And then
that's not Goosebumps.
No, this is
No, it's not.
near the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But then you also have some of these nebula that almost look like things we're familiar with today, like a heart, of course. And it's pretty interesting what you can see if you know where to aim your camera up. Star trails are a lot of fun to do as well. You can actually see the rotation of our planet and how it creates these unique patterns in the night sky. Yeah, that's just a few of the photos. Oh, this one I thought you'd like. We have Shiprock out in New Mexico, where this hardened volcanic rock is the only thing left standing. Everything else kind of got washed away, I think. So,
Yes. That is called a diatreme, is the geological term. It's sometimes also referred to as a volcanic neck. This thing is 1,700 feet high from the desert floor. And you did mention, that it was at one time the top of this volcanic neck. It's at the surface of the ground. So it means 1,700 feet of material, including mostly bedrock, has been eroded away. So that always, in my mind, raises very interesting questions about rates of erosion. And the rate of erosion, the question that isn't always in my mind when I look at something like this is the present rate of erosion that we see happening now, is that going to be consistent with the entire history of the erosional processes that removed 1,700 feet of bedrock from around this volcanic neck? Now, of course, the reason is that it was sedimentary rock surrounding it, mostly, I'm going to guess, limestones and sandstones, and we're well certain it was limestones and sandstones. And this is a volcanic basalt rock here, lava rock, which is harder than the surrounding. So that is why it's still standing so prominently. Yeah, there's the whole collection of these volcanic diatremes out there in the desert in this area. Again, all that's testimony to the extraordinary amount of erosion and material that has been removed from these landscapes. All right, that was all I have to say.
Here's another Star Trails. This was taken out in Utah as well, and you see how even more erosion right here, but just a few pinnacles left standing.
And that one little dash of light right in the middle, of course, is Polaris. And if you let this run for 12 hours, 24 hours, I guess, well, 12 anyway, you would see that it formed a half circle. And it actually is not precisely on the celestial North Pole. It revolves around it in a small arc, which I'm sure you're aware of. So there's rather something interesting that we do, and I teach it in the classes, is how you can use that sighting against the North Star when you take it 12 hours apart, and to get that very precise, because what you do if you can get a sighting, like a foreset and a backset lined up against that little tight circle that Polaris is making, you'll have a tangent on one side and a tangent on the other side, and then when you split that difference, that's when you can get just hair precision in your north axial orientation. But you can see actually in what's going to happen over the next couple of hundred years as the Earth's axis precesses, it's actually going to get closer to Polaris than it is now. And then of course, I think somewhere around 300 to 400 years from now, it'll start moving slowly further away. But yeah, what a beautiful shot.
Yeah, so anyway, just wanted to give you guys some idea of what you can do if you want to give that a try. Like I said, that's all over on HowTube now. It's all been updated. So the other thing that I was going to share, let me just take care of something real quick, is how I found out about your work. That was back in 2017, actually, and I think you can see this photo right here, right, with the river there.
Yes.
Yeah, so I went out here to see the solar eclipse, and when I got back to the library to edit the photos of the solar eclipse, while I was sitting there listening to some audio on YouTube, for whatever reason, your video was recommended with Joe Rogan, even though I'd never really heard of Joe Rogan that much before that. So I figured, I'll listen to this. This sounds kind of interesting. And then as the podcast went on, I was just blown away by the history of the climate on the planet, the Younger Dryas, all these things I'd never heard of before. And since that day, I've just been spending as much time as I can learning about the Earth and the Moon and the solar system, everything else, and some of the more esoteric stuff along the way. So it's been a pretty fun journey. And,
it is. To me, it's about as interesting as anything could possibly be.
The fact is that the moon is just the right size to obscure the sun during a solar eclipse, which seems to be one of the many odd coincidences going on with the moon, for sure.
Yeah. Well, we'll mention that what we were talking about just a little bit before we started recording here was the proportional relationship. You know, the definition, as I said, of a proportion is an equality of two ratios, and a ratio is simply a comparison of two quantities. Now, in this case, we're looking at a distance-diameter ratio. So we look at the distance to diameter of the sun, and that distance being the Earth-Sun distance. So we take the Earth-Sun distance, and then we take the sun's diameter. We discovered that that's proportional to the moon's distance from the Earth relative to its diameter. So in other words, if we take 2160, put it in the calculator, which is the diameter of the moon, and I multiply that times the number of lunar diameters defining the distance, which turns out to be 108. So the mean diameter of the moon or the mean diameter of the moon's orbit is very close to 233,280. You see what I've done here? If I divide that by 108, I'm right back to the diameter of the moon. And so if I multiply that diameter by 400, I have, lo and behold, the diameter of the sun. And then if I multiply that times 108, I have 93,312,000, which is pretty darn close to the mean distance between the Earth and the Sun. 93 million miles is usually rounded off to. What we see there is that there's a 400 to 1. So the Sun's diameter is 400 times bigger than the Moon's diameter. So if I put in the Moon's diameter again, 2160, and I go times 400, there it is, the diameter of the Sun. So 2,160 times 108 gives us the Moon's distance, very close to the mean. And then if I go that times 400, there's my 93 million, which is the Earth-Sun distance. So the diameter of the Sun is 400 times greater than the diameter of the Moon. The distance of the Sun from the Earth is 400 times greater than the distance of the Moon from the Earth. That's basically the relationship. And it's because of that that from our perspective, and only of course from our perspective, is the phenomenon of the total solar eclipse, where the disk of the Moon is perfectly juxtaposed upon the orb of the Sun. It's only because of that 400 to 1 relationship that works. Now, maybe explain, Peter, what an annular eclipse is.
Is that where it doesn't take up the whole sun?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So it's a ring. It's just a ring. You know, an annular means it's a ring. So think about this. If the Moon is a little bit closer to the Earth, it looks a little bit bigger. If it's a little bit further away, it looks a little bit smaller. And because the Moon's orbit around the Earth is not a perfect circle, sometimes it's a little further away and sometimes it's a little closer. In fact, the Moon's orbit is elliptical, like all of the things orbiting. Nothing that we know of orbits in perfect circles. Some of them are pretty damn close, but all of the orbits that we see are elliptical. But the Moon's orbit around the Sun, sometimes around the Earth, sometimes it's a little bit further, sometimes it's a little closer. So if it's a little bit further, it's a little bit smaller and is not quite in the right position to perfectly juxtapose over the Sun's disk, right? So what you see is a ring around the Sun, and that's called the annular eclipse. So, yeah, show us that. Do you have that handy of the hexagonal geometry of the Saturnian North Pole?
One thing I want to add to what you were talking about is that if we take the diameter of the Moon again, 2,160 miles, and we multiply that by 12, we actually get the great year, 25,920, which is odd that, this 2,160 ties into the Sun, the great year, the Moon, and everything. It's pretty strange.
What I try to show people is that you have a set of numbers that emerge from observations of natural phenomena, natural cyclical or periodic phenomena. And you can look at the numbers of geometry, both two-dimensional Euclidean geometry and three-dimensional polyhedral geometry, and you'll discover that the same numbers are emerging from there, and you get this set of canonical numbers that connect phenomena of time with phenomena of space. This is something that I find extremely interesting. I like to explore that in depth in the sacred geometry classes and workshops. And here we have this hexagonal geometry of the Saturnian North Pole. Now, do you have any explanation for this? Because I don't. I mean, I'm sure Richard Hoagland does.
I mean, I was reading a little bit about it, and I think they said if you swirl water fast enough, eventually it can form a hexagon, but why does that, or how that applies to Saturn, I'm not really sure.
Okay. It looks like it's spinning, doesn't it, when you look at this in here?
Yeah, it's definitely looks like it's rotating for sure.
Yeah, it does. Interesting.
Then we also see the hexagon pattern, of course, in the beehives and the wasp hives. And as you've said in some of your videos, it's a pretty good structure. It's saves space, it's strong. And if you're trying to build something that could withstand some, well, whatever it might be, this would be a ideal way to do it.
Yeah, the volume of space that you're enclosing relative to the amount of material that you're using. Yeah, this would be a good geometry to employ in the construction of space colonies.
Yeah. Plus, it would lower the density, so it wouldn't be as heavy.
Yes.
But yep. So that was the hexagon there. We also have the lunar eclipse, of course, which is the inverse of the solar eclipse, and that can be a lot of fun to watch if you actually get a clear night, where the moon just slowly turns orange and almost blood red.
Now we'll mention that the solar eclipses occur when the moon passes between the Earth and the Sun. And a lunar eclipse occurs when the Earth passes between the moon and the Sun. Did I say that right? The solar eclipse occurs when the moon passes between the Earth and the Sun. And a lunar eclipse occurs when the Earth passes between the Sun and the moon. Because you're seeing the shadow of the Earth cast upon the moon. Yeah, and you know, we won't get into that in this discussion tonight, but you know, in the classes and in workshops, I really get into the geometry of the solar system. Because it really is like a finely tuned machine of some kind that makes life on this planet possible. So, yeah, so there's a number of coincidences there in terms of some of the astronomical. In fact, there's a bunch of coincidences. But the one that I've always found to be the most fascinating is the Earth-Moon relationship. And I think maybe I'll just try showing a quick little geometry exercise that we do in some of the classes and workshops. I think before I do that, I'll show you a couple of examples here of all right, we see the spiral pattern of a hurricane, which is a very common feature we see atmospherically forming these spiral patterns. And I've always thought this was interesting, this kind of scale invariant phenomenon when you have these swirling systems like this. So you have Hurricane Isabel and Galaxy M51, and the pattern is very, very similar. And in fact, when you do a cross-section line across here, what you discover is calling it phi spirals, because if I drew a line from the center of this galaxy out towards perimeter, you would see that this ring pretty much subdivides that axis of the galaxy right at the golden section. And it doesn't show up too well on this, but we can find the same phenomena in cyclonic activity in the Earth's atmosphere. I'm going to just show you a quick little sequence here of geometry and how the geometry is linked into the proportions of the solar system. And we're just going to start with the most obvious one, which is the relationship between the Earth and the Moon. It's not obvious starting out, but I'll just run through this quickly here. So here's the proportions of the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid. It's a double square. And just briefly looking at some of its properties, when we enter the diagonal into the double square, we get the square root of 5, the value of the square root of 5. So the double square, the long side is twice the length of the short side. And by Pythagoras' theorem, we get 1 squared plus 2 squared is 1.4, which is 5. And that gives us the square root, which is the diagonal of the double square. And that particular relationship is employed very frequently throughout ancient art and architecture, and it's found many ways even in nature, because I'm going to show you a little exercise here. By taking a simple square, you can see if you look at this that there's going to be a whole series of double squares. You've got horizontal, you've got vertical. What I'm going to do is I'm going to append another square onto this. It wouldn't matter, I could do any side. I'm just going to do the top up here. And so I do it by projecting the sides the length of 1/2 the side of the original square. As you can see, I've inscribed a circle within there, and you'll see the reason I've done that shortly. So what I've done is I've extended two sides, then I've got to just connect those two, and I have appended a square that's 1/4 of the area of my original square. And what I've done here is I've created this double square effect right here. If you look at my mouse, you see that double square. So I'm going to enter in, I'll do that first. I'll add another circle up there so you can see that these two circles are equal, the radii are equal. And then I'm going to enter in a line, and if you recall from the previous diagram I showed you, if this is radius 1, and we always do that in geometry, we always simplify as much as possible. We'll call this a unit circle. A unit circle is a circle whose radius is just 1 of anything. So we have 1, we have 2, and we have the square root of 5. And then what I've done is I've extended that by 1 unit by juxtaposing this circle here. So I have the square root of 5 plus 1, and which I'm showing right there. And then I'm going to divide that by 2. So by taking the midpoint of this line, which goes from here to here, I have the square root of 5 plus 1 divided by 2. So that number, if anybody wants to check this out, if you take the square root of 5, in fact, I think for a moment I will stop share, go back to here, and I will do this. There's my 0. I'm going to go 5, and I'm going to 5, and then I'm going to square root it, and I get that number. Then I'm going to add 1, and I get that number, 3.236, right? Then I'm going to divide that number by 2, and for those of you who might recognize this 1.618033989 ... That's the golden section, or also known as the divine proportion. So in this little exercise that I've just shown you here, I am showing you the derivation of the golden section. So that's what this length is right here, right? This is the square root of 5 plus 1 divided by 2. Now I'm going to transfer that distance right over here to the edge of the small square, right here. And you'll see why I'm going to do that. Oh, there it is. So this length is the same as this length. And if I was drawing this by hand, I would be doing this with a compass in order to transfer this square root of 5 plus 1 divided by 2 length over to here. And that gives me a point right here. And that's a key point. That's the point I'm looking for. Because I can use this distance here as a radius to draw this circle. Now you'll notice this circle, smaller circle, is inside this larger circle, right? And now if I extend the other side to make the whole diagram symmetrical, I get this triangle right here, whose base is length is equal to the original square, but whose height is now half the original square plus this extra little increment, right? Well, it turns out that that geometry right there is a very perfect cross-sectional replica of the geometry of the Great Pyramid of Khufu with the 51.85 degree slope to base angle. So out of this geometry, using the golden section, we developed the profile of the Great Pyramid. So I'm going to put that little circle back in there, and you're going to see why this is extremely interesting. If I put the circle of radius 1, the unit circle, back into my original square, I have two circles now, and they're tangent to each other at this point. And It's the relationship of those two circles. And if you remember, if you rewatch this video a couple of times, it should sink in what I did here. But again, this is all based on golden section geometry. In other words, now think about this. This length here, go back and remember, this is the square root of 5 plus 1 divided by 2, 1.618. It's the golden section. And this is 1. So the ratio of the slope side of the Great Pyramid to half of its base is the golden section. And there's a very important reason for that. We're not going to get into that in this video. We do get into that in detail in more intermediate and advanced classes. But in any case, something very interesting is happening here between these two circles. And let's just enlarge it a little bit. Let's bring it up. Same two circles, same ratio of diameters. And maybe you've already figured out where we're going with this. There we got it. Diameter of the moon, 2,160 miles. Diameter of the earth, 7,920. So how curious and coincidental is it that this Earth-Moon geometry, and that's the combined radii of the Earth and the Moon, radius of the Earth 3,960, radius of the Moon 1,080, add them together 5,040. But how curious that is it that gives us right there the perfect cross-sectional profile of the Great Pyramid. Of course, that's purely coincidental. Obviously, the builders of the Great Pyramid did not know this relationship. They just got really lucky, right? Maybe. But there's a lot of interesting things going on here, because what I've done now is, now remember, the Earth was the circle inscribed within our original square. And now we have a new radius, which is the height of the pyramid, and in terms of the in astronomical terms, it's 5,040 miles. So if I use those combined radius of the Earth and the Moon, I'm now going to have a radius of 5,040 miles, and if I draw that circle, this is the basic geometry I'm going to get. And if I bring back the square, the original square, what's really interesting here is that this circle that links the diameter, whose radius is the combined radii of the Earth and the Moon, solves the classical problem of ancient geometry, the squaring of the circle. I say solves, it's not solvable to absolute mathematical precision, but it is solvable to such a close extent that the practical outcome is virtually indistinguishable from the mathematical idea. So it gives us these two circles right here, and then interestingly and coincidentally, those two circles also give us this. To within a matter of inches, the ground plan of Stonehenge. So right here, I've just demonstrated how Stonehenge, which is an ancient megalithic astronomical observatory, combines the geometry of the Earth-Moon relationship and that of the Great Pyramid of Khufu. So I think I will stop that right there. As a little demonstration, I mean, there's a lot more places we could explore with this, but that's a little demonstration of how geometry and astronomy and geodesy are all linked. And this is something that we really explore in great depth in classes and workshops. So I'll go ahead and talk about for a minute that we do have a sacred geometry workshop coming up this coming 13th and 14th of August 2022. It's going to be in Nashville, Tennessee. It's going to be Saturday and half a day Sunday, about 10 hours of instruction, and then it's going to be followed by an excursion to the Parthenon. And perhaps, Peter, were you aware of how that Nashville used to be called the Athens of the South?
Yeah, I've heard you talk about it. It's pretty interesting that it's, how they tried to replicate the whole Parthenon there.
Yes. So the founders well, I actually didn't know all this history until I met the two fellows that are organizing this sacred geometry conference. in August. I guess I had heard that Nashville had been called the Athens of the South without it ever really registering. When the first time Bradley and I went there, we traveled. I guess we were on our way somewhere else or back from somewhere else, and we found ourselves in Nashville. So we went and visited the Parthenon, and it's a full-scale replica of the Parthenon, and it was established in order to emphasize this this role of Nashville as a center of learning and education that took its inspiration from ancient Greece, the Platonic Academy and the lodges of Pythagoras and others where the knowledge was taught. And so the Parthenon is there as an indicator of that connection of Nashville with ancient Greece, and I find that very interesting. So in the workshop, we're going to be talking about the geometry, the sacred geometry of Parthenon. We're also going to be looking at the sacred geodesy, and we just saw a little example of that. We just saw this, what I showed you. You know, geodesy is the measure of the earth. In a way, it's the science that you determine the size and shape of the earth. Actually, geometry is the measure of the earth, literally. But geodesy is the study of the size and shape of the earth. So we look at the geodesy to find out how the geodesy, because it gets that precise, the size and the shape of the earth was of significance. And it really brings in these questions of how much did ancient people really know about the world around them and the cosmos and so on. I mean, that's a question that I think is worth revisiting, because a lot of the old assumptions don't seem to be holding up in the light of some of the things that we now know that obviously the ancients understood. Now, what I just showed you here, see, to somebody who's not completely asleep, you should see something like that and it should raise questions in your mind, like, okay, are we seeing something that's purely coincidental here? Or is it something more than coincidence? And if it's more than coincidence, then what is it? You know, I showed you now the geometry, and again, we can split hairs, we can talk precision, but you know, if you take that ground plan that I showed you of Stonehenge, and you were to try to duplicate Stonehenge using that ground plan, you know, you would build it, and what you would find at the end is that you would have created a replica that would be pretty much indistinguishable from what the original dimensions of the monument would have been. There's enough there that we can reconstruct within pretty close to 3 or 4 inches of what the scale and size and dimensions of that monument would have been. So the question is, coincidence or something else? And I leave it up to the student to answer that for themselves. I usually try not to answer that, because I want to provoke people into thinking about these things. And is it just because if it's coincidence, I think by implication, if it's coincidence, we're saying it's generally meaningless. It has no meaning. It's simply coincidence. If it's not coincidence, then by implication, it's something else. And if it's something else, well, then it has meaning. It has meaning that the profile of the Great Pyramid unites the Earth-Moon geometry and also gives us the geometry of the ground plan of Stonehenge. And see, that's only the beginning. See, that's the thing. It's easy for the pseudo-skeptics to dismiss things, out of hand as well. That's merely coincidence. And because it's coincidence, it's meaningless. And because it's meaningless, we need to give it no further thought. On the other hand, at what point does it supersede coincidence and become something else altogether? When it becomes a pattern? And that became the whole question, among the skeptics. This was one of the things that Michael Shermer brought up in the debate that we had on Joe Rogan, was that in his mind, people are projecting patterns onto things, and those patterns aren't really there. That was essentially, that's kind of the perspective of the skeptics. You're projecting these patterns, but the patterns aren't really there, or you're fudging to make them work, or maybe they're there, but they don't mean it. You can't infer from that ancient peoples actually knew the Earth-Moon geometry, for example. But on the other hand, if we're open-minded, we have to entertain that as a possibility. And if these were isolated examples, well, maybe we'd stop there. But the point is, they're not isolated examples. It's just a little peek into the magical kingdom where the symphony of numbers and geometry and proportions is revealed in all of its majesty and glory. This is what we try to do in a sacred geometry class, is to open the window a little bit into this universe.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because, you know, you talked about how it could be a coincidence, but you can only have so many coincidences in a row before you have to start thinking there's got to be something else here.
Yeah, there's got to be something else here, exactly. That's my point precisely. So, yeah, and it comes down to, I think, your basic worldview. You know, if you're, you know, there's like a scientific view, which I don't necessarily consider that that's the finality of all definitions for science, is that you have to assume that everything is random and essentially without meaning. In other words, if as I'm looking at your backdrop there, Peter, you know, that scientific worldview looks at that and somehow considers that it's basically an accident of some kind of a cosmic accident that is, and then the fact that we are here being able to perceive all of that. We're here on this single little planet in the suburbs of the galaxy, looking out into space, and we're seeing this. I mean, when you think about what we're seeing and the perspective that we're gaining from looking out and being able to photograph things like that, the new photographs coming in because of the Webb telescope, for example, compared to where people were envisioning the extent of the universe or the cosmos, say a half a millennium, where essentially it ended at the orbit of Saturn. That was it. So it was kind of an enclosed sphere that we lived in, and I mean, I don't know what was beyond that or what was outside it, but essentially that was the scale amongst most people in the world of the extent of the universe. Now, I mean, how do you even begin to wrap your head around this? The scale and magnitude of this thing that we call the universe. And then, of course, it raises the question of how unique is our own little experiment here in this little corner of the Milky Way galaxy. I don't have answers for that.
There's always that hermetic axiom, as above, so below, and
Yeah,
so below, as above, and
yeah,
you
there's
can always go
that.
down the rabbit hole and make it smaller. So I think that would be an interesting discussion to have in the future, is getting into the Tarot and how
bro? What are you doing, man?
ties and everything.
What's up, dude? I'm gonna be playing against
Because
you.
I
What's
think
up?
we have to acknowledge that ancient
That's Santa
cultures
Claus
going back,
dropping some knowledge.
you know, from centuries to millennia ago, there have been people that have had knowledge that they weren't supposed to have, at least according to our conventional conceptions of history.
Why is that, dude?
I think at this point, it's indisputable that ancient peoples had sophisticated knowledge of at least some things within the natural order. And they encoded some of that stuff into their symbolism and their methodology of alchemy, into the symbolism of the Tarot, even into astrology. When you go back to the origin
Wow,
of
insane.
astrology, there's a whole lot more there than, you know, whether
That's
you
so
get
insane.
that
I'm
job
sorry to
you
hear
applied
that, dude.
for,
That's
whether you're gonna,
ridiculous.
you know, go on a date next weekend or whatever it may be. There's
I'm
a
sorry
whole
about that, man.
another layers upon layers going below that, beneath that superficiality, as just sort of an entertainment that it's sort of devolved to a newspaper astrology. But hey, I think we're at the point now where we can absolutely recognize that what goes on out there amongst the planets, amongst the stars, amongst the other things, the comets, the meteorites, and the asteroids, absolutely it affects the fate of the Earth and life on the Earth. And as we're beginning to realize, it also affects the fate of civilization. And then, of course, as individuals, too. I mean, look, If the Earth encounters a tremendous solar storm, there are going to be consequences of things out there in the cosmic domain affect what's going on down here below. And I think that the ultimate origins of astrology really has its roots in that understanding, in that attempt to rationalize this relationship between the cosmos and what goes on down here below. And what comes down to us as newspaper astrology is just simply like so many things, you know, they become superficialized and is part of the process of getting handed down. But behind that, you know, the newspaper, you know, the forecasts and all of that in the magazines and things, there's this whole venerable heritage of knowledge, primarily, I presume, derived from extended observational periods, maybe extending over many lifetimes, about the influence of the cosmos on the Earth. And I think that's the underlying substratum upon which this modern astrology is just like the most superficial veneer. But when you peel that back and you look underneath, that's what I'm getting at. So all of the things you mentioned from the Hermetic knowledge, the Tarot, which is loaded, in my opinion, with scientific information. Encoded, yeah. So what do we got there, the sun?
The moon card, you can't really see it.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I see the two towers now, and you've got the dog and the wolf. You've got the lobster, the crayfish crawling up out of the watery realm, climbing towards the moon. I mean, there's a whole story yeah, that you can begin to peel back, and there's almost a whole book within that one card when you begin to dive into that symbolism. The two towers, right? The winding road that leads between the two towers. And the seed, does that card show the yuds or the seeds extending from the moon, falling to the earth?
This one doesn't, but the BOTA deck cards I have do.
Yeah. That's why I like the BOTA. But yeah, so when you get into these subjects, you find, yeah, absolutely, the astronomical realm and the realm of ancient learning and ancient science, totally integrated. Sacred geometry, once you begin to see these kinds of correlations, and the thing that the little demonstration I did here is just one of those. But when you see the phenomenal number of correlations that emerge, you understand why it's called sacred geometry, or people thought of it as sacred. And of course, it's at the basis of all the ancient building systems all over the world. We can go to the Gothic cathedrals in France. We can go to the megalithic circles of Great Britain. We can go to the step pyramids in the Yucatan. We can go to the monumental earthwork architecture of North America.
So when does it expire, man?
You know, the Egyptian temples. We can go into the Vedic temples, and we find the same underlying geometry. And what's so remarkable about it is you can look at an Egyptian temple or a Greek temple or a megalithic standing stone circle or a monumental truncated earthwork pyramid in North America. Outer expressions all look very distinct, very unique. Nobody's going to mistake an Egyptian temple for a monumental earthwork structure in the Ohio River Valley. But the template underlying both is the same. And this is a remarkable discovery when you realize this, that these ancient builders throughout the ages and around the world appeared to have been working from a common template. And if that can be demonstrated to have had a high degree of veracity, that it had a high degree of plausibility that they were working from the same template, then you have to ask, whence cometh that template? What is the origin of it? Is it something born independently out of the creative human mind, or is it part of a universal system that has bifurcated multiple times and been spread around the earth to different cultures at different times? Or maybe even a combination of both. Maybe part of the study of these things is, or let's say that there's maybe a revelatory process one goes through that puts oneself in a receptive state of mind, in a receptive position relative to receiving
who's
this kind of
Gregory?
information, this kind of
That
knowledge.
fat Greg?
So I think it could be a combination. of- I
Who's
think
Gregory?
there
Oh,
could have been a
Manarino.
deliberate, perpetuation of this information, this knowledge, of this template, but at the same time, it may
What?
not
That's
have been
insane,
accessible
dude. What are you
except
gonna
to
do
those
until
whose
then? That's
minds
so absurd.
were prepared through
That's so
study,
insane.
meditation, prayer, whatever the case may be. So, are you going to be there
I'm sorry,
in
man.
Nashville?
No, but I know you're having it on on the live stream,
Yeah,
so
so
I'm
that's-
probably going to tune in there. I know I saw some questions in the last video. People said they couldn't make it to Tennessee,
way, I'm
but
sorry, man.
you know, if you want to check it out,
That's
it's always
insane.
there on how to. You can just sign up for the
That's
live
not fair
course.
at all.
Yeah, and it's going to serve as kind of the intro to further material and classes and courses that are going to be coming this fall. More
Yeah, I'm
advanced
looking forward to
stuff.
that. I know
Yeah,
you got
I-
quite a few courses in the works.
Yeah, and I always look forward
insane.
to teaching because it's such interesting and exciting stuff. And I found it just through the teaching of it. Every time I try to teach it, I see new things, new patterns, new relationships, new connections that I didn't see before. So if
Sounds like
you're
the
interested
summer of
in
Toad.
the live stream, it's only $72. But I thought, you know what? I want to get this out. So there's going to be some cool stuff because, look, if you want to climb the heights, the higher you want to climb, the more solid your foundation needs to be. And so this is about establishing a really solid foundation in the basics of geometry. Because I'm orienting it towards people who are involved in practical applications. So, you know, if you're into a craft, if you're a designer, if you're a builder, an architect, I'm trying to make this so that you're going to get a set of useful tools out of it that you can apply to your creative work. Over the years, I've had quilters who've taken the course. I've had furniture builders. I've had architects, many architects, interior designers, landscape designers. I've had gardeners take my course who've used the principles of harmonic design and geometry, for example, to lay out a garden. The list goes on. Stained glass. I've had stained glass artisans take the course and then using those principles to develop sacred geometry designs. I definitely also try to get into some of the mysteries and symbolisms and philosophy as well as the practical how-to. And when we study geometry, it's going to be heavy on the how-to. How do you subdivide a line into golden sections? How do you go through the basic operations? How do you set out an octagon or a pentagon or a hexagon? Those kinds of things. I also get into the why. It's important, obviously, to know the how, but you also want to know the why. Because if you're in a situation where you're trying to apply these principles and you have to solve problems to figure out how to apply these principles to a specific project or problem, that's when you need to know the why. Why is this the golden section? Why is this asymmetrical division of a line? Give you that particular unique ratio that's so important in crystallography, that's so important in biology, that's so important in art and architecture and so on. So it's not only the how, but it's also the why. And so, yeah, please, I would like to invite everybody to participate. And geometry, of course, is the foundation of all mathematics. All mathematics, from algebra to trigonometry, to analytic geometry, ultimately to the calculus. They're all predicated upon that foundation of geometry. So, Peter, I think that's probably a good point to stop. You got any concluding thoughts?
I got a lot of thoughts, but I'll save those for another video.
Yeah, save it for another one, yeah. Well, we should do this again, and I think we will. And as you go through and you're absorbing
Strokes,
this
thanks, man.
information and this knowledge,
Insane,
you're
dude.
getting insights and thoughts about
It's
it.
just so
I'd love
crazy.
to talk to you about it some more, and also think about
It's just so crazy.
how we might collaborate. The skill set you're bringing to this team effort. I think the sky is the limit.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to the Sacred Geometry live stream because that's one area I don't really have any experience, so that'll be good to see.
Yeah, well, I will be looking forward to your impressions and thoughts as you dive into this topic. So, well, okay then. I think that's good. I'm going to say adios, and we'll be talking soon, no doubt. I'll see you over at How To.
All right, I'll see you guys at Outdoor too.
All right.
insane. Jeez. It's so insane.
This is Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast.
Thanks for your patience. Thank you. I need to eat and do laundry and everything.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Cosmographia, the Randall Carlson podcast, where we are all still sheltering at home. So, how are you guys doing out there? Brad, how you doing, buddy?
I'm lost in space, brother.
And of course, Silent Mike, no comment. And our star of the show, amidst looks like a raining.
Thanks for being here, my friends.
Bombardment.
Toad,
How you doing,
Moonraker Stash,
Well,
Southern Yellow
considering
Jacket.
everything, I mean,
Oh, dude. Southern Yellow Jacket Toad is that fat Greg. He changed his name. He said that he lost 13 pounds. Congrats, massive GG's to him.
the year of Earth's circuit around the sun. I like this photograph because you can really see the parallelism of the debris.
Legend,
within
gift
the-
subber.
within the stream. Of course, this is time lapse, but I'm sure it's pretty quick. These suckers are moving fast, 20, 30 miles per second.
So we were talking and he goes, yeah, I'm in Dallas. It's way better than Ohio. I'm like, wait a second.
That's one that had a crazy peak in like
I know you.
1966.
You're that fat Greg. So yeah, saying.
66, I believe, was the year. Yeah.
Expecting another one in 99, and it wasn't so extravagant, but it's on that kind of cycle where they realize that the pocket of material, in its orbit is going to show up in that cyclicity. Yeah.
The clump. That clump. Yeah, so you've got, the idea is that the material is not uniformly distributed around the orbit, but is clustered in places and thin in other places. So if the cluster happens to be intersecting the Earth's orbit at the time the Earth is there, then, yeah, we're going to get a spectacular shot. And it looked like, I've forgotten the year now. It looked like one of the recent years was going to be spectacular, but didn't quite sync up enough. And then sometimes one hemisphere may get the full blast, and the other hemisphere misses.
Yeah, I think it was the Geminids that were really great out here.
That would make sense.
Yeah, they were really good this year, this past December or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Geminids were really good here.
Now, Russ, why are they called the Geminids?
It's Gemini. The radiant is coming from Gemini.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Excellent. You want to explain what the radiant is?
What happens if you say you lose your ID?
Point of origin.
What if you just lose it?
So like if you
What if
see
you just
six
claim that you
lines,
lost
you're
it?
able to trace those all back. They kind of point to an area, and it points to the constellation of Gemini, so they call it the Geminids, because it appears to
Yep.
come from that direction.
That's pretty much it. And yeah, that's the explanation.
What are the ones that happen in my birthday? I can't remember what those are called. The August. Perseus,
Yeah,
right.
the
So
Perseids are one of the, yeah, they're
one of my favorite things to do for one of my favorite things to do for a birthday party, because my birthday's in August, is we all kind of hang out real late up on the deck and watch the Perseus meteor shower.
Here's the idea right here behind the radio.
thought that was your shot of your birthday party.
That's
Yes.
it. That's
Yeah,
a Texas road and the radiant right there.
I went out along a desert highway all by myself and had a party. So yeah, here's the point. You know, you got the perspective on the highway here and the high tension wires, everything converging to a point. So, but what you know is that in reality, this stuff is not converging. It's coming in parallel lines. So the analogy works here for the meteor radiant. It gives the illusion of emanating from a single point, but really these things are coming in straight lines. And the radiant is the central point upon which it appears the whole system is targeted.
Would need a smaller jacket, yeah, really.
And wherever that bullseye
Well said.
happens to be, whatever constellation is
Oh,
behind
well
it,
fucking put.
gives its name to the meteor shower. So obviously the Perseids would be which constellation?
Perseus.
Yeah, Perseus.
Now, are these constellations all zodiacal, or can they typically zodiacal first? I don't.
No, they can be anywhere. Perseus, for example, is not a zodiacal constellation. If
Is it
they
close to
were originating from short period comets, they are probably going to be laid into the plane of the ecliptic. Right? If they're laid into the plane of the ecliptic, they're going to be associated with one of the zodiacal signs, like Leo. But you know, the Draconids, they're a high latitude radiant point. So there's a good example of a dramatic, which can be a dramatic, it has been a dramatic meteor shower in the past.
You are looking at the sky, excuse me, Russ, the last couple of days, you're seeing a really bright Jupiter out there near the crescent moon. That's been pretty spectacular there in North Carolina. A lot of people pointing at the sky the few times I've seen people outside at night.
And what is it, the Halley's Comet debris is it's from Orion, right? So how do you
The Orionids.
Orionids,
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, so here's another perspective on the concept. Below, you know, are the chunks, the pieces, the meteorites. The meteors are still meteors unless they come into the Earth's orbit and land on the Earth. Then they become meteorites. So you got the meteors flying through space in parallel lines, yet from our perspective, it looks like they're shooting out from
right? Because it's short end. Yeah. I love science fiction, like hard sci-fi books. I've read a lot, and Ringworld was one of my favorite series, and that gave me an exercise to visualize this kind of system. Because the ring was a band that they built completely around a star. So when you're on it, you're on the inside. And what does it look like in the sky? You know, it kind of disappears to the horizon, and then it turns into this big ring, an arch that goes all the way over the sun. But the thing is actually a ring around the star. So that would be what these orbiting debris streams are too, big rings.
Yes.
Basically.
That's right. Big rings.
So if you're in the ring of material, it's going to be enormously wide where you are. But because space is so enormous, you can kind of look out over it, and it very quickly gets small. So imagine you're sort of standing on the rings of Saturn. It would quickly get small and then disappear around the planet. So that's the same kind of idea that this stuff appears to radiate from a single point because very quickly it gets tiny as it goes out into the distance of space.
So this image up here, you know, is the constellation of Leo. The yellow lines are connecting the stars in the traditional configuration of Leo. Time lapse, but each of these meteors, if you this is an actual photograph, if you take any particular meteor and follow it back, you will see that they are emanating from a central point very close to the star regiments. Right? Is that apparent? Can you guys see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. And this is it. That's a Leonid fireball, and it's got its own little satellite coming in with it.
Superimposed in front of Orion.
Yeah, right. Yep. think everybody now has the concept of the meteor shower, how it gets its name, what the radiant is, because this is something we'll be referring to over and over again in these discussions. Especially when we start talking about the torrids. The torrid meteor stream, which is going to be the one that really comes in and has a potentially very important role in discussions in the London virus. So,
One of the pluses of having a backdrop there in this panel, that comes out really good.
does it?
Give us a little tangential intro discussion there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, that's kind of why I picked it.
Yeah, that's got to be a composite too. Those all couldn't have been happening at once. So they must have been taking photographs all night and made a composite.
Perhaps.
the streets
Although
that they
some of the great,
You think that?
The stars in the background would be in different places.
Well, if you only did the composite of the streaks, then you could. That's. But you're right. I've been trying to imagine how this.
Technique, I'm sure.
Yeah. I'm trying to imagine how this image came to be.
You could have a camera that followed, just like the telescopes do.
Oh, there
It
you go.
Follow the stars, and it would still.
Track this. Yeah, track that spot in the sky. Brad is skeptical.
so since we're on the subject,
Do you know what that cluster is over your shoulder?
That's all right.
Oh, it is. Oh, it's just reversed. Oh, no, it's not even. So, yeah, okay, that's, yeah, Beetlejuice, the big orange Beetlejuice up there. Okay. Yeah, I
Yep.
see it now.
It's still there, people. Has not exploded yet.
Yeah, I was just focusing on the belt and the sword there, but yeah, okay, I see it.
okay, birth of a meteor stream. Let's look at this. Comet Schwarzmann-Oachen. In the early stages of disintegration during the spring of 2006. And you see here it's beginning, there's a trail, which is different than the tail.
Cool, man.
The trail
That's cool.
is the actual debris of the
That's nice, man.
disintegrating comet nucleus. Whereas the tail is the stream of very fine dust.
For breakfast, it's 1:31.
Going to be affected by very minuscule pressure of the solar wind.
I'm not judging.
One reason why you always see the tail of a comet pointed away from the sun. If you look at a comet nucleus coming around the sun and its tail coming off, the tail is constantly pointing away from the sun.
I'm just
Notice
joking, man.
that? I'll bring
Yeah,
up
you
some slides.
You,
Maybe
you
not so
expect it
fast.
to be like, in the direction of like the opposite of the direction of its travel, but no,
Yes.
it's always pointing away from
That's
the
good,
sun.
man.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Solar wind, yeah.
Right.
So we can see here, here's a close-up of the debris trail. And you can see here that single nucleus is fragmenting into multiple pieces. And so this is a swarm, this is a clump. Now, as this material continues to make passage
That's crazy,
into its
man.
orbit around the sun, that clump, that cluster.
What happens if you say you lose yours? Just say you lost it.
The more spread out and distributed along the pathway, the elliptical pathway of the material. The older it is, the more uniform.
Or maybe call Service Ontario and say
But there are
that you moved to Quebec and you need an ID
So
and you need them to
this-
cancel.
I don't know if this is going to end up making an Earth
some
crossing
shit.
review stream or not. I don't think it is, but I could be corrected on that. But so yeah, here's another
Contact your previous
image
province.
taken by the Spitzer
Yeah.
Space Telescope in early May 2006. And here you can see it's really begin to disaggregate into a whole cluster and forming the now well-known phenomenon
Fuck you.
of a train, just like what we saw in the 2004 with Comet Shoemaker Levy 9.
String of pearls.
The string
They can't
of
cancel
pearls,
it?
Yes. Now check this out. Here's the second generation disintegration of Comet Schwarzmann-Oachen. Fragment B. So this is just, we go back, I'm not sure, let's see which one of these fragments is fragment B. But what you see here graphically depicted is this hierarchical disintegration of these cometary nuclei. So one of these fragments here, whichever one is fragment B, here is a photograph of it in the what they're calling the second generation disintegration of cometary.
Oh wow, insane.
So here, when you look into this cluster,
Insane, that's not good.
thousands or even hundreds of thousands of pieces in there, ranging in all different sizes, from dust size up to boulder size up to Tunguska size, which is maybe 150 feet roughly in diameter, the size of say a 10-story building, or even bigger. You might have sub-kilometer sized objects in here. Like here would be the main nucleus remnant up here. And I'm not sure of the diameter of that, but the point is you know, this opens the doorway to a whole other category of phenomena that can happen. See, in these oversimplified models of impact scenarios, it's like one rock from space hits the Earth one time, and then does what it does, and then maybe not for 100,000 or 200,000 or a million years, then it happens again, right? The scenario is getting a lot more complex than you see, and so a lot of the attacks on some of the impact theories are really going back to kind of some of the older models, oversimplified models of impact phenomena, which is in a way kind of a straw man. Comet Linear. So here's another comet taken with the taken on August 5th, 2000. And what you see here is several stages. Here's one image, and then a closer up image here, where you can, if you really look into the details of it, you see there are many fragments in it, countless fragments. So the Earth encountering something like this is going to be a completely different scenario than the Earth encountering a single, say, rock-like asteroid. Although some of these particles in here, if you will, might actually be. You know, what we're learning about the comets is that they're really almost hybrid-like creatures, and it's like we get more into the younger Dryas, we're going to see that in some respects, some of the critics referring to the impact hypothesis being a Frankenstein monster isn't really that far off the track, because what we see is a lot of different types of material that apparently were delivered to the Earth with different effects. And it also may not be as simple as one single impact, where we might be looking at several encounter type events over a period of several thousand years, and that certainly complicates the picture. So, yeah, the string of pearls, let's go back to here. There is the so-called string of pearls, the Shoemaker-Levy 9 cometary debris chain. Now this started out as a single cometary nucleus, but what happened is it came too close to Jupiter. Do you understand the concept of the Roche limit for us? It's okay if you don't, because then they'll give me an excuse to explain it.
Sound familiar, but I don't recall.
Okay, the Roche limit is simply a zone within which a cometary nucleus or any bound together object, an aggregated object, where its internal cohesion is overcome by the external gravitational field. So there's a Roche limit around Jupiter,
Like tidal forces almost.
where the tidal forces will disaggregate that coherent object, right? Now, where exactly is the Roche limit? Well, that's going to vary depending on the nature of the object in question. If it's a lower density object that's loosely aggregated, then clearly, you know, the Roche limit's going to be farther out for that object. If it's a tightly bound single object, like a metallic asteroid, well, then it's clearly not going to be torn apart as readily. But the idea is that if an object passes within that Roche limit, the tidal forces are going to rip it apart. And that's exactly what happened with Shoemaker leaving behind. How many times did that nucleus make a Jovian pass? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't looked. Maybe somebody has got some estimates on it. I haven't looked into it. Probably multiple times. And as it was doing this, it probably got closer to Jupiter on each successive pass. This is what it was doing. It was sort of like I said before, the ping pong ball game between the sun and between Jupiter. So on the final pass, I guess we should say the penultimate passage, that object came within the Roche limit of Jupiter, and the tidal forces of Jupiter ripped it apart, and that one object evolved into 21 separate objects. And that's what you're seeing right here in this string of pearls. And here's an artist's depiction of the string of pearls approaching Jupiter. And what you saw there was in the week of July, second week in July 2004. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successive 21 impacts, and they all fell into Jupiter and left these enormous plumes within the Jovian atmosphere.
Which was my background for the last episode. I had 2 or 3 of them that were visible there in the background behind me, but the previous image was probably better, but this one shows it too, just to be able to differentiate the trajectory. You know, all the objects, the bright spots are following the orbit of the object, but the solar wind is pushing the tail away from the sun. So those last 2 images we're able to see.
Come on, man. Like, come on.
Right.
I read recently as well that they're still following those clues.
Yeah,
Sure.
Jupiter.
Yeah,
That was in 97, right?
to get an update.
25 years later, yeah.
If my memory is correct, wasn't there a good bit of surprise about this basically bombardment of comet fragments? That this is something that nobody really had considered before, to see evidence like this?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much,
And
yeah.
it was a surprise in the astronomical community when, frankly, it shouldn't be.
That it wouldn't be common enough that we could actually see it,
Witness it,
in,
yeah.
you know, soon after having the ability to look. You know, it would be so uncommon that it would be, you know, so long that we wouldn't actually see one, and then there it is.
Well, and here is an example of a Catena, a crater chain, where you would have presumably the same type of phenomena where you have an object that's disintegrated. In this case, it looks like the cluster would be very tightly bound. In other words, the pieces are almost on top of each other when the train comes in and starts hitting one after another. Here's another example. So these things are starting to turn up. You see, that look like they're not a single impact event, but a multiple impact event. Multiple impacts in one event. That would probably be separated in this case by mere, seconds or minutes.
So we need to get beyond the idea of there just being one single solid object.
Yes.
These things are breaking up as they move around. They come close to objects and reach this Roche limit and get pulled apart, and then there's a debris field, and that's much more common, probably, and more telling of what we may have experienced in the
Yes, I think we have to look at a complex event for the Younger Gyges, more complex than the single solitary impact. Which, if you read the critics, Moslem is a good example, where he basically that's the scenario he takes, it's a single object with a single event. And so when we talk about the mass extinction of species, then one of the criticisms has been, well, you have to show then that the mass extinction of species all happened instantaneously, exactly when you have the deposition of impact rocks. Well, no, you don't. Because first of all, we might be talking about a more protracted event where over a period of several millennia, for example, if there is a large disintegrating comet which is a plausible theory, and we're going to explore it in depth, particularly when we talk about the work of Victor Klube and Bill Napier. Maybe we could even get Bill Napier on the show sometime. I think that would be really awesome. David Asher, I think his name's David Asher, he's written some great stuff about the possibility of impact episodes or impact epochs where there is a period of time during which the Earth is going to be more vulnerable to these periodic technologies, as opposed to a mere random event, you see. So, I was actually showing, I had it slide up, but let's go back to it.
And I think I mentioned this, Randall, that's where I need to go back and check for sure, but I think that's where Mark Boslow really became a prominent name because he was involved in the tracking of the trajectory and predicting the exact time when it would hit Jupiter, and that's when he became a name that people started paying attention to astronomically as an expert to look to for these things.
Which has always struck me as odd, is why he would.
Oh, come on, man.
To bury this idea of the younger Dryas impact. Although I have some speculation, we will discuss that tonight. I think what would be good, though, is to actually go back into some of the responses from the Comet research team to the criticisms of Boston. And we've gotten into that to some extent. But there's actually more really interesting back and forth between the two groups, the pro-impact group and the pros or cons, those who are opposed to the impact. We had studies of after Comet Halley passing, I think 1986,
86, I was in high school,
Yeah, and I was out, there's a place just outside of Atlanta, which is a kind of a low profile, low relief, part of the same laccolith, granitic laccolith as Stone Mountain, but it was back then it was kind of a very good place if you wanted to go and watch meteor showers or make any astronomical observations, because it was dark. It was on top of a dome of granite and very few trees, beautiful 360-degree horizon view.
Mount Arabia, I'm trying to remember, I just popped in, we've been out there.
Arabia Mountain, I would be, I'm pretty sure we did go out there at one point.
Before we get off the subject of those chain impacts, I just want to say something that I've noticed, because I've spent a lot of time looking at those kinds of impact images. And this may be an artifact of the way the search works, but I tried to find evidence of those chain impacts that are old. In other words, like most of them you look at, they're on top of all the other features. Right, so there will be other older impact circles and these chains cross them and they're on top of them. And I was trying to find out, trying to look for one where there's a chain impact and it's got an impact over top of it, a single one. And I was having trouble finding any of those, and I'm thinking, are these does that mean that these are a recent, relatively speaking, phenomenon? And what does that mean? Yeah.
Relative dating of craters looks at superimposition. So obviously, if you've got two craters that intersect, the one with the intact rim is going to be the younger of the two.
Right. Right, and that's what fascinates me. I'm trying to find these chain impacts that are the old, where they're the old ones, where there's other circles that cover over top of them, and I was having trouble finding that. So I was wondering, like, does that mean that these are more recent events, and what does that mean? Why didn't they happen a long time ago? It may just be an artifact of the way the circles work, but I just wanted to point that out.
Well, it could be, but I don't recall seeing any of that. But here's part of the deal. There may be a lot more of them, but the older ones might be obscured.
Right. Yes.
So and I've never really made a systematic search for them. I don't know if anybody has. Somebody may have.
Well, that's what I was trying to do. But
what's really cool is we've got one right across the middle of America. I think they're 200-some million years old, but right through Missouri and Kentucky, and we've been to several of them. There's a streak of 9 of them. And I can't remember if we talked about it in this podcast from the earlier one series, but yeah, we've got something to look at here right now.
Yeah.
I don't remember that. So.
We'll get to that eventually, I think. Yeah.
right here. But this is sort of a diagrammatic representation of what they're calling a Halley type nucleus, which was post 1986. We learned a lot about comet nuclei after the studies of Halley. One of the things that emerged from this was the nature of the architecture of a cometary nucleus. Very heterogeneous. A lot of water, but a lot of other stuff. Volatile gases and actually solid material on all size scales. And here's the thing, now this is a Halley-type nucleus, and I think the Halley nucleus was, at present, of course, much smaller than it would have been in epochs past. But I think it's about 10 miles in diameter, right? So if it went through this disintegration process, you can see that essentially it's almost like a multi-warhead missile in a way. You know, it's this packaged material that begins to disaggregate, creates this clump of stuff. This stuff now is strewn about the inner solar system, and this is when the potential for Earth encounters goes up by perhaps orders of magnitude. But when you look at something like this, each one of these objects here would potentially be a large-scale Tunguska-type event. Remember, if this thing is 10 miles along the long axis, then this stuff is in the sub-kilometer range, right? Now Tunguska is 150 feet, about 50 meters in diameter is the estimate. So that would be one of these, like, little guys, like this thing.
Little specks even, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
By the thousands, maybe the tens of thousands.
I think that's really interesting that it's shaped like a seed too. You think about discriminating different life, or maybe you guys got into this with promising, but yeah, just bringing new things to a planet. It's shaped like a nice seed.
Yeah. So yeah, at some point I would love to really just delve into the whole cosmic biogenesis idea, because for those who've read some of my stuff, you know that I'm tying some of these, what we call a scientific concept, panspermia, which I don't know if that was Chandra's term that he originated, but I think we use it, right? But that's idea.
Dude, when I moved to Florida, it just took 2 to 3 weeks to get a license, because like a Florida license ID, because of the DMV backup in terms of meetings and stuff.
Without getting into it.
So it's easier. It was easier for me to get a Florida ID than it is for you to get a Quebec ID. That doesn't make any sense at all.
For various reasons.
Yes. Absolutely. We definitely need to dive into the Grail stuff for sure.
Tease.
Tonight! Yeah.
Well, not
Stay
tonight.
tuned,
But,
folks.
but
Stay
everything
tuned.
that we are covered in this
Yo, Joseph.
would form the context or the background in order to.
The United States are all biz true.
If the
Land of the
connections
free,
are
man.
actually there. But I
Land
would
of the free.
present the evidence and let the listener or the viewer make up their own.
Florida, you're the fucking land of the free. Holy shit.
So, when this got proposed in 2007 at Firestone, that there was perhaps an impact. It was time such that in some way it was associated with the mass extinction, the abrupt climate changes that
I understand what you mean.
from the late Pleistocene ice ages, glacial ages into the Holocene interglacial.
That's funny.
You know, the melting of the ice sheets that happened inextricably
That's funny. The
fast.
French way.
All of these various things that were associated with that time zone now suddenly appear to have a common factor, and that common factor is exogenic. That's the possibility that something from space acted as the trigger. Now, in response to this, there was two groups that formed. One exploring the idea and convinced that while they didn't necessarily know precisely what happened, the evidence is definitely pointing to something cosmic, something extraterrestrial. Other group saying, no, we don't need to go there. We don't need a common explanation for these things. The explanations we have now are satisfactory. We know what caused the Younger Dryas. It was the draining of Lake Agassiz into the North Atlantic that interrupted the thermohaline circulation, the meridional overturning that we talked about last episode, and that then interrupted the delivery of heat to the North Atlantic area and the lands surrounding the North Atlantic, and that was what caused the temperature drop. That's what caused the re-expansion of the ice. But you see, something like that wouldn't necessarily be that relevant to what was happening in the southern hemisphere. So then the question became, well, is the Younger Dryas global or regional? Well, I think that the evidence in hand now shows overwhelmingly that the signal was propagated globally. And yes, the North Atlantic seemed to manifest some of the most extreme responses to whatever was happening, but the signal was global. And we've been looking at evidence for collapse or interruption in human populations, certainly in human culture. We've seen now over North America, we've looked at some of the, I think we looked at some of the evidence for a population disruption in northwestern Europe in the area of Belgium, didn't we? Belgium, and then we were looking in the Levant area, Abu Huraira, which is now in modern day Syria. We've got some more. I've actually been going back through my own archives and finding more stuff that shows that the population disruption was really widespread. But in 2009, a group of scientists led by Ted Bunch, who's one of the atomic research team, along with Ricky West, McKenna, father-son team. I think that's the total, the authors of it. But they published they gave a presentation at the American Geophysical Union in the fall of 2009, and their presentation was entitled "A Summary of Impact Markers and Potential Impact Mechanisms for the YDB Impact Event of 12.9 Ka." Remember, BP, YDB, Younger Dryas boundary. We'll be using that more frequently throughout. We're assuming that regular listeners are going to quickly learn what we mean by that. YDB, Younger Dryas boundary. Okay. 12.9 Ka. K is 1,000. A is a year. So Ka is simply a very abbreviated way of saying 1,000 years. But 12.9 Ka is 12,900 years ago. So this is what they said at this particular meeting. Until the announcements of a possible impact event at the beginning of the Younger Dryas, around 12.9 Ka, the Cretaceous Tertiary impact layer that resulted from the Chicxulub impact at 65 million years ago was the only geological boundary known to contain coeval, meaning simultaneous, peaks in various impact markers, including diamonds. Here, we compare impact markers from the KTB, the Younger Dryas boundary layer, and the 1908 Tunguska airburst layer. Those three things. Now, interestingly, before the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis was proposed in 2007, I was very fascinated. In fact, I'm obsessively fascinated with the KT boundary, which is the famous extinction of the dinosaurs, which I've talked about. I grew up as a typical boy in the 50s and 60s, obsessed with dinosaurs, and very curious as to basically what happened. That was always, every book or thing that you read about the dinosaurs always ended with the mysterious disappearance of the dinosaurs. described how in 1980, when the Alvarez father-son team first proposed that there was this extraterrestrial iridium layer at the KT boundary, which pointed to an extraterrestrial cause for the extinction. I was quite electrified by that idea, and I followed the arguments pro and con. I followed the controversy pretty much all through the 80s into the early 90s. One of the primary objections to the theory, the impact theory, for the KT boundary was the lack of the impact theory. Well, it's very interesting when you follow the research, and then in the early 90s, how the impact crater is actually discovered. It really becomes sort of the smoking gun. Now, as I followed the successive research since then, what does appear to me is that, once again, it wasn't a single solitary impact. Yeah, there was this huge impact that left the buried Chicxulub crater half into the Caribbean and half under the Yucatan Peninsula, which we want to look at because, man, there's some interesting stuff going on around there, particularly in terms of the cenote ring that was so important to the Mayan civilization that evolved on the Yucatan Peninsula. Because the whole peninsula is porous limestone, and there is no rivers flowing over ground into the North Atlantic or into the Gulf. The rivers are flowing underground through caves, through this labyrinthine network of caves and passageways.
Yo, what's up, Christian? How you doing, man? Welcome, dude.
Which are definitely related
Welcome,
to the
dude.
impact itself, are the entryway into this subterranean realm of hydraulic realm where this water is moving through the fresh water. The ceremonies that the Mayans conduct with respect to the cenotes are very suggestive.
Good, man. I'm doing well. How are you, man?
The crater itself. We'll come back. We'll talk. The point is that we've got the KT boundary, which is now, with all of the controversial impact events that have been proposed, and one of the things is that there is now tantalizing evidence for an impact event in every one of the so-called Great Five mass extinctions in Earth's history, right?
Tired work last night was super busy. Oh, man.
The earliest one,
I hear you, man. Congrats, though. Congrats for working, making the money.
terminal ordination event. That was followed by the Devonian. Then there was the Permian Triassic, the late Jurassic,
I hear you, man.
and finally the Cretaceous Tertiary. These are considered to be the Great Five. All five of them appear to have massive volcanic activity and impacts associated. Now, the impact event is most solidly established for the Cretaceous Tertiary boundary, right? It's not proven for any of the others, but they're finding iridium, they're finding evidence of impact proxies. We look at those
Come
Great
on,
Five,
man.
because those Great Five are if you will, they're the framework that has essentially set life on Earth as we know it now.
So dumb.
So, for example, the KT boundary, basically, by that catastrophe happening, it opened the door to a whole evolutionary, an exponential evolutionary expansion of new life forms, including the rise of the mammals and the appearance of hominids that presumably then led to us here tonight. Ending this discussion right here now in 2020, right? So now you've got that. Now that KT has provided an enormous amount of understanding and insight into the impact processes. Along with that is the discovery of several hundred other confirmed or almost confirmed impact events, right? We've got the studies showing the correlation between the rise of species and the sudden fall of species. Like I said, the Great Five all seem to have volcanism and impact. Now, what I have wondered, and this is of course not an original
Come
idea,
on.
like Michael
What was that
Rampino,
boost? Who boosted me?
Tyler Durden,
You?
not-
Fuck you.
what's his name, Tyler, who's written with Rampino, have suggested the possibility that large impacts, one of the consequences of large impacts may be enhanced or increased or intensified volcanism. And that sort of makes sense. I mean, think about this. If you've got an object the size of Mount Everest, 6 miles in diameter, and that sucker is moving along at 20 or 30 miles per second, and it slams into the earth, there are going to be repercussions throughout the entire lithosphere of an event like that. You know, when you think of a 6-mile object compared to the size of the earth, it doesn't seem to be necessarily that big, right? However, it's a function of its velocity. Imagine how big is a 45 caliber bullet. Pretty little, right? Right now, if I had a 45 caliber slug, and I threw it at you, Kyle, and it hit you, it's not going to do much damage. If I just threw it at you, if I chunked it at you,
It hit me in the
if I
eye.
hit you up alongside the net or something, you go, ow, get that out, stop that, right? But now what if I accelerated it to 2,000 feet per second? The muzzle velocity, say, of a rifle. Boom,
Bounce
that
off
same
my
little
chest.
piece of metal is now going to be major trauma, isn't it? That's how you have to think of it, right? That's like a cosmic rifle bullet. And what we now know is that in some cases these cosmic traumas might be a single bullet, but at other times they might be a shotgun.
Oh, get fucked. Come on.
It's Tyler Volk, by the way.
That's such a robbery.
Thank you.
It's not fast enough anyways.
Not Tyler Durden, no. Not him. That's a different Tyler. He did not co-author papers with Michael Rampino. To my knowledge, anyway. Okay, so KT Boundary is one of the big, you might think of it as cosmic teaching episodes. The things that we have learned from that. In fact, without that, in the studies of that, we would probably have not really discovered the Younger Dryas boundary evidence. You see? So you got that, the KT boundary, and all of the studies that have been done over that now in the last 40 years. I think it's 40 years.
Like what?
Okay. Other great cosmic teaching event, which I think consider, along with a handful of these things, Shoemaker Levy 9, which we just talked about in 2004, tremendously valuable cosmic teaching. The other one is 1908 Tunguska explosion, and the ongoing studies of that event and what we've learned from that. Now, drawing on and the other thing that has actually yielded very valuable insight into impact processes is the study of nuclear weapons detonations, both aerial bursts and underground bursts, have taught us a great deal about the sudden release of very large amounts of energy in one concentrated place. So we will look at all of those things because one of our goals here is to try to really come to a comprehensive understanding of this interaction between Earth and cosmos, which I'm hypothesizing is fundamental to pretty much everything. It's fundamental to the rise and fall of species, the evolution of species. It's fundamental to the rise and fall of civilizations. It's fundamental to the understanding of the global geology, the lithology, the way water moves through the crust, volcanism, geomagnetism, the list goes on, right? This is why I think it's so damn important that we really have to begin looking at the big picture and realizing that Earth is part of a cosmic ecosystem. And that if we want to talk about sustainability in the long term, we have to look at it in that context. We have to look at it in terms of Earth as a member of an extraterrestrial environment, an extraterrestrial ecosystem, if you will. So, go ahead.
It may be fundamental to life on Earth as well.
yes, in terms of what you guys just interviewed Chandra Wickramasinghe, right?
Yeah.
And
We have a cosmic bio.
Don't lie to me, Christian.
Fascinating concept there.
yeah, and see this, when I'm regurgitating these ideas, I'm going back, you know, like we were talking about before the show, you know, they're
I'm done with these lies, man.
Chandra's,
It's not a good,
Diseases from Space was one of the ones, I think it was 78 maybe?
you're not a good person if you keep lying like this. And I can't
Somewhere
keep
around there, yeah. I mean, I don't
communicating
think
with
I got
someone
it
who
here from
continually
college. I think I
lies.
picked it up 2 or 3 years after.
I have some sort of
Maybe in
affinity
the
for
early
drawing
80s
people
when I
that lie to me.
Because it was post 1980 that I really came full circle back around.
And it's
just
getting really
super
dangerous now.
fascinated by all of this kind of stuff. Comets and
So don't ever lie to me again.
cratering
Because I can tell when you're lying,
the planetary,
and everyone can tell when you're lying.
environment, and so planetary geology.
So don't do
and
it.
on. So I think it was maybe about 1981, 1982, right in there when I encountered diseases in space. And subsequent to that, I've read probably 4 or 5 other books, either co-authored by
Like that's the last fucking straw. If it's one more lie, and you're fucking banned forever.
Hoyle's
Psychopath.
book on the start and cessation of ice. I think it's perhaps very much.
Don't fucking lie. You know how disrespectful, how much of a fucking fool one looks like if they lie? Jesus Christ, man.
Concept of the full glacial age. So we're bringing all of these things together to try to get this coherent picture. Okay. So in this article, 2009 article, Bunch, Schultz, Whitkey, West, and the Kennetts are talking about the prior to the discovery of the nanodynamo at the
If you lie again, you're getting
the
fucking banned
YDP.
forever.
The other area, the other layer where it was known was the KT, Cretaceous Tertiary. So here we compare impact markers from the KTB, the Younger Dryas boundary layer, and the 1908 Tunguska airburst layer. First order markers related to impact and biomass burning include, and here's the list of some of them: magnetic spherules, carbon spherules, nanodiamonds, both cubic and lonsdaleite. Lonsdaleite, if you will remember, is the hexagonal form of nanodiamonds, iridium anomalies, charcoal, fullerenes, right, with a high 3 helium to 4 helium ratio.
Anybody fucking lies to me, they're
Great
getting
white
banned.
soot, which is also called
And I know who you are.
and this is where you have soot
There's a number of
soot
people.
that are basically welded together and look like clumps of grapes under the microscope. And widespread extinctions. Observations and analytical data for the YDB are consistent with all of the KTB markers. While the last 3 markers, which would be the extinctions, the fullerenes, and probably lonsdaleite. Pardon me?
I thought it was the great white soot.
Well, I think there was great white. Maybe it was great white soot. Okay. Observations and analytical data for the YDB are consistent with all of the KTB markers, while the last 3 markers are unknown and inconclusive for the Tunguska layer. Selected markers for cratering events, such as Chicxulub, are a visible crater, shocked minerals, impact breccia, and microtectites. None of these are yet known for the YD event or Tunguska. So in other words, when they're writing in 2009, there's no crater known either for Tunguska or the Younger Dryas boundary. Okay, now this is 11 years ago. Things have changed somewhat then. Now, shocked minerals, that's referring to silicate-based minerals such as quartz, which under impact, the shock waves we talked about, that's passing through the minerals, cause these very fine fracture lines to occur and form these patterns called PDFs for
It's fucking clown world, man.
parallel deformation features, because these little fracture lines tend to be parallel. Microtectites. Now, microtectites is when you have an impact, you have the vapor or the molten material
Congrats, man.
ejected into the atmosphere, and as it falls back, it assumes these aerodynamic shapes. In other words, microtectites means it
No,
is
really
small,
though, like it's just so
probably
insane.
directly a consequence of vapor deposition. So it's very small and it falls back to Earth. Macrotectites, you can actually pick them up and hold them in your hand. It might be 2 or 3 inches in diameter. Right? So this is molten material falling back to
I
Earth.
joke.
And that molten
course.
material is going to consist of both the terrestrial target material and the material composing the impactor itself. And finally, impact breccia, which is simply just the broken rock and debris material from the force of the impact. It has been thrown up and falls back to Earth. Typically will form a layer, like in a crater, impact breccia. What will happen is it'll form a layer of this broken rock. Usually it's filled in by fluids flowing in the apertures and filling in and mineralizing. But below that, oftentimes there'll be a melt rock from the heat of the impact, which could be 10,000 degrees centigrade. From the heat of the impact, it's going to melt everything. So it's going to leave this vitreous layer, and then the impact breccia comes back down and falls upon the top of that vitrified layer. So if you dig down to the core sample, you come up and here's a bunch of shattered and broken rocks of all different sizes, and then you get through and there's glassy like stuff. Pretty good indication. And guess what? That's kind of what the scenario was at the case with the discovery of the Chicxulub crater, was that there was this vitrified layer and there was breccia, impact breccia.
Randall, let me jump back just for a second.
Like it's
there.
not
Make
entertaining
sure we
to lie
Get something right. Testing my memory here, because it was a
when
couple
people
of
find out that you're
episodes
lying.
We did touch on this. The PDFs. I think you had said planar deformation features.
Planar.
Okay.
In plane, yeah. I think I just said parallel.
You
Because
said parallel, so okay. I wanted to just make sure we had.
which
that.
the fracture lines do tend to be parallel, and they make this a pattern called a Widman-Staton. I think it's called a pattern. But yeah, planar deformation features is the more accurate term.
Okay, good.
Absolutely. It's kind of like, when you see CALYRBT, right? What that means is calibrated years before present. Right? However, oftentimes it gets interpreted and accurately. I mean, because the meaning is calendar. Exactly.
So,
Parallel. Gotcha.
Yeah.
does the Behringer crater have that? Do you know if they found that vitrified layer down there? I know they dug into the center.
And it's like, why? Whatever.
You remember, Brad? I don't recall anything specific about.
I don't remember that either. I don't think so.
Yeah, I probably could look it up, but it just was
You
funny,
could.
like, man, I wonder if they found a bowl of molten, glassified material down there underneath that thing. Look up.
So
It
then,
wasn't for lack of searching, because they definitely dug a lot under there.
They excavated the impact.
so they go on to say that the discussion here is limited to possible origins of the impact markers, and not with impact consequences such as climate change or extinctions, etc. Okay, that's fine, right? Several origins may account for impact materials in the YDB. One, an extraordinary accretion of micrometeorites, which was kind of the idea of some of the critics, particular Pintar and Ishman was, I don't remember his first name, but they were in the forefront along with Boswell and several others of being the critics. And they said, no. This is just the steady rain of micrometeorites that's happening all the time. No catastrophe. However, this, as this team, the Bunch, Schultz, Wittke, West, and Kenna team says, This, however, is inconsistent with the YDB carbon spiral compositions, including the large concentrations of nanodiamonds found embedded inside those carbon spirals.
Alright, I'm gonna play for maybe like 10-15 more minutes, and then I'm gonna sign off and go outside and enjoy the sun again.
Material. Oblique. Now this is where for me,
That's probably what I'm gonna do. Thanks for being here, everyone.
Brad and I have been exploring this idea since the late 90s. We made our first trip to British Columbia in 1999, looking for evidence of an impact into the Cordillera Ice Sheet. And we made multiple subsequent trips into that area since then, looking for evidence that there could have been an impact into the Cordillera Ice Sheet that led to catastrophic melting. And then maybe related to...
It was clear today. Nice, dude.
floods.
I get more vitamin D than Nikki.
Is another thing we're going to be getting into in depth very soon, particularly because we're planning this week in the Channel Scablands next September. Which, go ahead, yeah.
I have a question about that. Is it, I mean, the critics are all saying, where's the crater?
What a gorgeous Adonis
That's
that
one
has
of-
entered
that's
my
one of the
chat.
Big stumbling blocks right there. Where is your crater?
The proponents are suggesting it was a bombardment that perhaps
The Swedish dream.
hit the entire hemisphere. If they were a bunch of smaller Tunguska-like objects,
Call W the
exploding in
Adonis, yeah,
atmosphere
man.
didn't make a crater, but all that heat and the shockwave force is knocking over trees, melting stuff, burning everything. What, I don't understand.
All of you in
why
chat
there
are
has to be a
Adonises.
crater in order for the critics to
And
Well, I
think
think
this
that's
is a
precisely the
plausible
point. There doesn't have to be. And, well, so listen to this. Let me go on to
Helen of Troy.
option 2 here.
If there's any women in there in the chat.
Sorry. I was just gonna say that was
AC
the
doesn't
precedent
cool
that
if
was
far
set with
more
with
5 feet
KT.
away. Wow, insane.
You know, they wouldn't accept that until they found the crater. So that's
Right.
that's the pattern that they know to go by. Well, okay, we're gonna resist until you find the crater.
Exactly. So here's option 2 as far as the origin for the impact materials. Oblique impacts, and coming in at an angle, a relatively shallow angle rather than this, right? Oblique impacts into the Laurentide ice sheet. This model is consistent with the lack of a visible crater and apparent lack of cratering markers above, and yet also provides for shock production of the many cubic nanodiamonds and lonsdaleite found in the YDB. And then the third option is impact-induced aerial bursts.
Oh wow, insane.
Now, I would look
That's
at
very powerful.
options 2 and 3. Right? The lack of an impact crater being the direct result of what would happen if, let's say, an object,
Yeah,
let's say,
really.
500 meters in diameter, 1,500 feet, right? Or up to, let's say, even up to a kilometer, sub-kilometer up to kilometer size, crashing it into an ice sheet that might be a mile thick, right? That is not going to create a classical crater that you would look, for example, meteor crater in Arizona. It's going to create something really very different. And what we have to do, and the problem is there hasn't been a huge amount of modeling to understand what happens with some, and I'm pulling some of that together. But the idea is that if you have an impact into an ice sheet, you're going to have this whole array of secondary consequences. One, you're going to have extreme
It's just so
melting
crazy
by the
too,
epicenter,
Toad.
right?
Like it's just so crazy.
Injection of material into the atmosphere that is going to be both from the ice sheet itself and the impactor. You're going to have fracture.
No, dude, you can't fight anybody. Everyone's carrying now
you're
something.
going to have a
You
huge
can't get into a
amount of
fight.
meltwater generated. And somebody posted a comment in one of our earlier episodes saying, well, there wouldn't be enough heat. No, that's
A guy in the
completely
subway can
wrong.
now.
Could easily
Stabber still
enough
outstanding.
to melt a very large amount of meltwater. Again, depending on how much energy is released. And that's going to be due to the mass of the object and its velocity at point.
Why is that, Moonraker?
Give that meltwater and the pressure from that meltwater all these channels to go and begin eroding.
Exactly. Now what that does is facilitates the access of the meltwater to the base of the ice sheet. Now, when
Be
we
clear
look,
that it's not melting 100% of the ice sheet. You know, there's
Right.
plenty of dead ice that remained afterwards, but I think people want to think that you're saying absolutely every little bit of ice
No.
melted, and that's
I'm
not what you're saying at all.
absolutely not saying that.
Right.
And yes, the evidence shows that there were huge masses of stagnant, dead ice in the aftermath of whatever happened during this younger Dryas state. In fact, a lot of the, we did get into some of the energy requirements for let's say, a uniform recession of the ice masses until it was virtually gone, like today, and discovered that the totality of the energy requirements is truly off the charts extraordinary. Right? However, when we look at
Come on, man.
landforms in the aftermath, and we will do this, I'm going to fully educate as much as I can.
It's too slow. It's not fast enough.
The deglaciation process. What you're going to see is that there's evidence for
Come
large
on.
amounts of dead ice just strewn over the landscape, which again is exactly what you would expect to find. Now, in one of the analogs that we can use in trying to understand what an impact into an ice sheet would be is by looking at the studies of oceanic heat, which again is a very limited range compared to impacts on land. Yeah, studies of oceanic impacts are quite scant. There's not a lot of them, but what we do
The run.
is this: that there's an impact in the form of a transient crater. The water
I had
rushes
a
out,
run
but then what happens?
from me.
It rushes back in, and this is called, actually given a name, it's called the resurge wave. That resurge wave comes in, is loaded with sediment and material, right? Now that's all rushing back into the point of impact. Boom! If there is a crater that is
Oh, the
actually
grenade run,
extended
yeah.
below the ice, you got a picture that this water
Yeah, that
is
was funny.
back in, and it's filling that crater with
That was really
sediment.
funny.
And so what it's going to do is it's going to, and it's also obscuring any rim that forms around the crater.
Thanks for clipping that.
So, you've got to look for something completely different, and we'll get into it for sure. In fact, at that point, we'll
Creating lots of drumlins too.
exactly. Now,
Yeah,
we will,
the frozen, the
when we get
quaint
back
frozen
into
lemur
the
baby
lesson
rage.
on the
That's me.
show, and we'll be talking about drumlins and the work of John Shaw, which I think dovetails right in with this. Now, of course, when you look at the late John Shaw, I think we talked about him with the episode with George Howard on here. The critics attacked his idea of gigantic subglacial floods. And he came to this idea because he was studying that vast, very extensive drumlin swarms that occur in the glaciated areas. Well, geologists have been arguing for 150 years what's the origin of these drumlins without ever coming to any kind of a consensus at all. Now here comes John Shaw saying, well, everybody is looking at trying to imagine various ways that the glaciers themselves, by plowing over the thick layers of glacial till, are somehow shaping them into these aerodynamic forms. Now John Shaw comes along and says, well, no, it's not the glaciers directly, it's water, huge amounts of water, which is implicit in the vast, extensive geographical distribution of the drumlin swarm. He says, look, we can explain this, but we can even show. We can show in the laboratory, we can show in hydraulic modeling, we can show examples on microscale. exactly the type of feature you see in a drumline. And these are formed by flowing water, especially if the water has no free surface. It's
Come
under
on,
pressure.
man.
All the critics came back and said, in echoing the critics of J. Harlan Brett's, decades and decades earlier, that you cannot provide a source for that much water because the drumlin fields
Same.
are so huge that the amount of water required would be phenomenal. You have no source for such water. So they looked at possibilities. Could there have been a big subglacial lake that formed? Well, yes, and then they cited examples. Well, there are huge subglacial lakes in Antarctica that we now know about. Problem there, though, is those lakes in Antarctica are actually in bedrock basins. So if you were to remove the lid of ice, you would have a lake held in a basin. It's not held in by the ice, you understand? So, whereas Shaw's ideas would have required huge reservoirs of water under the ice that is somehow held in by the ice itself. Then they said, well, what about if
Please,
the ice, if the
please.
water flows on
What
top
is this? Like,
of the glacier?
what? Like, who? Like, what?
Rather than
Guys.
subglacially or
Guys.
endglacially, which is within the mass of the glacier itself. Well, they said, well, no, because we know from the studies of modern glaciers that, yeah, in the spring, in summer, water will certainly pool up on the surface of the glacier. But it doesn't reach anywhere near the scale and extent that would be required for the formation of a drumlin field. And it will quickly find ways to percolate through the ice, either through moulins or, interstitial cavity or whatever, to get to the base of the ice sheet before it really could ever even get close to something required to produce a drumlin field. So basically, the critics dismissed the work of John Shaw by saying that you cannot provide a source for that much meltwater. But perhaps we do have a way to provide the source for that much meltwater. And now, enter the Younger Dryas boundary impact hypothesis. Now, Shaw's ideas on drumlin formation go back to the 1980s. I mean, he's writing papers with all of his colleagues in these things, from the late 80s through the 90s into the 2000s. So, and it's just, I'm saddened that I didn't get to meet the gentleman. I think we talked about that. He was very excited about joining us up at potentially we reached on Lake Nipigon, and then regrettably passed away. So, but he left us a group of successes. And Brad and I were privileged a few years ago to spend about 4 days up in the drumlin fields of the Chaco and Fraser Plateaus up in British Columbia with one of the leading students.
Oh man, be right back.
And one who I would consider to be probably one of the foremost authorities on drumlin formation on the planet today. So we will be coming back to that. So stay tuned for that.
Thompson Plateau also, I think.
Yeah, I think.
Thompson and Fraser, and Chaco was a little bit north, but yeah.
Yeah, maybe we did. You and I got there on a previous trip, but we didn't get up there with Jerome, did we?
Right. Yeah. Well, I think the chasm that we just branched up into is coming off of the Chaco down into.
I think you're right.
Yep.
Yep. I think, is it chasm or chasm?
It's one of those. Yeah.
One of those.
Crevasse.
Chasm.
Crevasse.
Boss.
I would just say,
Crevasse. That's the word I like.
Crevasse.
Yeah.
Not crevasse. No. Okay.
So just well, yeah. Go ahead.
I was just going to say one other thing I would be interested to learn about would be the effect of the shock wave on the ice. Right? Because it's so brittle compared to crustal materials. And especially if you imagine the impactor could go deep into that ice, deeper than it would if it hit a crust. The shock wave from that just moving through the ice sheet.
Oh yeah. I mean, the Tunguska event had a shock wave that actually registered seismically, I think, as like a 5.5 earthquake. So yeah.
Yeah.
Now imagine you got something doesn't even strike the ice sheet, but maybe is 3 or 4 to 10 times the mass of the Tunguska object. Yeah, Imagine that you're propagating a seismic shock wave through the ice itself. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Decoupling it from the land surface too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've seen the videos. I think they're NASA videos. They show they've got this machine for shooting BBs basically at surface materials,
Yeah.
and
Rampino's work.
they shoot a BB at an ice layer over soil, and the ice layer simply fragments, and there's no impact crater in the soil.
Right. Right. Now, the thing is, if you have a big enough impact, then of course, yeah, it will make a crater underneath. But even there, you've still got to look for a whole different set of morphological characteristics. Because of the fact that the resurge wave and so on, the fact that you're also that breccia that falls back into the crater is also going to include a lot of ice.
Right. And then once it melts, there's a huge erosive factor. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And, you know, Tony Zamora's idea is interesting. Obviously ignited a lot of controversy. And it would be fun to get Tony on here, and I think he would be willing to get on here and talk about his ice boulder hypothesis. I think it's worth considering. I'm not convinced. I kind of still am sticking to my older ideas of Tunguska, which we will be talking about further, because obviously one of the reasons I'm getting into Buncher's work here is because he does reference Tunguska, and it'll be a good lead-in to doing a couple of episodes about Tunguska and some of the cosmic lessons we've gleaned from the study of that event. Anyways, so they go on to say the lack of high shock pressures in an aerial detonation does not necessarily preclude the formation of cubic and hexagonal diamonds. And he shows, as shown by Maruyama and others in 1993, who made hexagonal and cubic diamonds by a carbon vapor deposition process from a high temperature plasma atmosphere of at least 13,000 degrees centigrade under pressure conditions similar to those in an aerial burst. We can get back into what we don't have time to talk about at night, but a CVD, which is the carbon vapor deposition process. Potentially very interesting as to what's going to be alchemy that's going on in the atmosphere during one of these events. The Tunguska event is commonly accepted as the result of a near-surface aerial burst and has many similarities to the YD event, which of course is useful because we can extrapolate in the lessons we learned from the KT boundary, from the Tunguska event, from nuclear detonations. All of this can give us the perspective we need to really get down and try to understand what happened at the YDB. Now, and we're still going on here as to possible origins. So another one is comet grazing in the atmosphere, involving nearly tangential entry of a comet into the Earth's atmosphere with partial detonation and melting, followed by the escape of the unexploded nucleus into space. Now, I'm reiterating what we talked about, I think, last episode, and Brad had the graphic of exactly what this scenario is describing. You know, the tangential. You know, here's the Earth, tangential, right?
Yep, that was 2 episodes ago, actually.
2 episodes ago, yeah. So go back, if you will, and review that.
End of 23, we're doing 25 now.
Yeah. So, involving nearly tangential entry of a comet into the Earth's atmosphere with partial detonation and melting, followed by escape of the unexploded nucleus into space. This would be the scenario I would be leaning towards. And that's why I did that graphic probably 20 years ago.
There it is.
There it is right there.
Love it.
Yeah. I mean, at what point, I was trying to remember when I did this. I mean, had to have been 15, 20 years ago. I mean, you recalled seeing it a long time ago, right,
Yeah,
Brad?
yeah, at least 15 years ago.
At least 15.
You know, I think that's probably a derivation of Hail Bop because it had that obvious second blue
Yeah,
gaseous tail on it. It's probably some derivation you modified there.
yeah,
Hail
yeah.
Bop. Yeah,
And
it's
that was,
extraordinary. That really gives you the vision.
well, so that was 1997.
Right.
So we're looking at what, 23 years ago? But this would have
Hail
been
Bop came through, but yeah,
right,
whenever
this
you
would have
did
been
the graphic
subsequent to that.
afterwards.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right. So we know less than 23 years ago. Okay. Maybe, actually, I find the original graphic may be dated. He says that 3 of these 4 scenarios are plausible. The 4th that he doesn't think, this team doesn't think plausible, is the Pintar-Ishman scenario of a slow, steady accretion of micrometeoritic dust. Okay. So, Tunguska, very a valuable lesson that we've got. And so that's why I would like to get into that and see what we can learn from it. How's our
Think this is
timing?
good? Oh yeah, we about time to wrap up.
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah. You think we'd be doing Tunguska soon?
close.
Maybe next week or
Yes.
a little late? Okay.
Yeah, in fact, what I plan to do is to begin introducing Tunguska material with the YDB material as it's germane.
Awesome.
But then we'll probably devote like a whole episode or 2 just exclusively to that, because I'd like to delve into some of the eyewitness accounts because they're pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, and look at some of the graphics and the pictures and the overheads and yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, so that's my plan, and I'm sticking to it. I don't care what you guys say.
We'll be back. All right. Well, we got 5 minutes to wrap it up, and we'll be right at it. Can you stop there?
I could stop there, or I could go on and on and
Oh,
on.
and we know that.
And on.
But just to kind of wrap it around a little bit, what was the term that you used for the water rushing back into the
A resurge wave.
resurge?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I remember that term. Resurge wave. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what that was. So,
And just to get an image for people as we move forward, we'll get back to this, but if you have an impact and the water's rushing, instantaneous melt water's rushing super glacially, right, and then through these cracks and different cavities you're talking about, gets back into the base of the ice because, as I said, it's been decoupled from the ground. It's rushing back toward that resurge wave is over the top, super glacial, but also subglacial, and that's when you're
Yeah.
going to get some of those drumlins that seemingly may be pointing the wrong direction where you would think the water flow
Right.
would be.
exactly.
That's coming back in from the bottom also.
Yes.
So yeah,
And-
just to start to get that vision, and we're going to get details into later.
Yeah. So the original rush outward could possibly have shaped the subglacial tilt into the aerodynamic drumlinite form. Then the rush back in, though, would then modify those, right? So yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, and then after it rushes back in, it begins to flow in whatever direction all of it wants to go, and then it modifies it again, possibly,
Yeah.
right? Because there's going to be a third direction of flow, which is going to be the downhill slope, I guess.
All kind of complexity that practically
Yeah.
no studies have been done on, I don't believe.
Well, we'll see that because we'll be tying in, because Brad and I have spent so many hours and days and weeks up in the various floodlands, not only of the Cordilleran ice sheet but the Laurentide ice sheet, and there's a lot more. I mean,
All right, I think I'm going to
in
sign
spite
off
of the
pretty
fact that
soon.
we've logged up what
Might sign
100,000
off in
miles,
like
we
5
figured
minutes.
roughly.
Oh yeah, we're on the plus side of 6 digits now for sure.
Yeah. Boy, I mean, we're only scratching the surface of this stuff.
Terrible.
So you guys have gone like halfway to the moon, roughly.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I guess if you want to look at it that way, yeah.
Maybe like a couple more
Or
attempts.
circumnavigations of the Earth. Yeah, either way. We've been out there on the road, no doubt.
Oh God, yes. And Brad has been driving every inch of it.
Right.
Li- li-
Sorry.
listening to Nine
I'm ready
Inch
to go again
Nails.
tomorrow, man.
Yeah. Let's go.
No, I think I'm done for today.
Well, we have one coming up this September, so that one's going to be a blast. People can join us for that.
Well, yeah, so we're set up for the first week. We've got a resort, which is a cluster of cabins. How many cabins?
Good
Brad?
run, thanks, bro. Yeah, we've had some pretty good
Six,
runs.
five?
Thanks, man. Thanks, homie.
Yeah, 6 to
8.
8.
6 to
Yeah.
8.
Thanks,
Okay.
man.
Then there's a building which is a good, almost like a conference style building where we're going to have, briefings and meetings and so forth. We'll spend a week out there exploring the Channel Scablands, using this as the base. It's at the southern end of Soap Lake, which is at the southern end of Grand Coulee. So we're right in the middle of this extraordinary Channel Scabland complex. So we're going to spend a week. And
Thanks, buddy.
the people there at the resort, they own a restaurant, so they're going to be doing all the catering. We'll have a couple of tour vans we'll be leasing for the week to get out and explore. First week is full, so I guess we're considering a second follow-up week, and I have not made a decision yet, but we'll see. I mean, if there's enough interest. Yeah, so each tour group is limited to 25 people. Because we want to keep it, we want to keep it constrained
Manageable,
enough
yeah.
that, and then as part of it too, we would have a series of briefing meetings like we did with the contact at the cabin in southern Colorado, so that people can get up to speed on the geography and the geology, and this is what we're doing, this is where we're going to go, this is what we're going to look at, and this is how it all fits together. These are the terms we're going to be using. So now you've got this basic understanding before we even step foot out into the floodlands.
Right. And those meetings will be just like this.
Just like this.
Just like this, yes.
But with like 25 people. It's a lot of fun.
A lot of fun, yeah. The meetings we had prior to the Colorado
Point,
trip
Brad.
were a lot of fun. And looking up here, look at Brad up here. This is Grand Coulee up here behind him. Right there with his hand is that's Soap Lake.
It's Soap Lake, but my finger's not there. But yeah, imagine they extended index finger there.
I'm trying to scroll over it with my mouse. You can see. So we've got the Telford Scabland tract here. Looks like it's coming right out of Brad's
We can't
skull.
see your
You
mouse.
see this?
We can't see your mouse either. Yeah.
Oh, you
right up
can't
the
see
point.
my mouse?
No.
Oh,
Share
well,
your screen.
but you can
I'm
see.
just point at Brad's picture.
Okay,
you can't
share
do that.
screen.
You can't share
Well,
Zoom.
yeah, there you go. Will
can't
it be
share
in
Zoom.
motion? Will it be in motion? That'd be cool.
Let's see.
yeah.
I don't think we tried that.
Can I?
No, you can't share your Zoom screen.
It won't let you share itself.
Oh, it won't. No. Okay, so forget it then.
If we set up some multidimensional,
I know, we would probably all disappear into a wormhole if you did that.
We'll spend quite a few episodes leading up to that, though, going all over this map.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. So yeah, this whole thing here is the Columbia Basalt Plateau, which actually has a very interesting potential genesis story behind it, which we'll get into, obviously. But it might actually be related to the Yellowstone magmatic plume that some people are worried about.
Oh, there, yeah.
Yeah, 17 million years ago.
what, magnetic plume?
Magmatic.
Oh, magmatic plume.
Magma. Yeah. So,
Are you going Electric Universe on us now?
I was thinking, isn't this another Electric Universe thing?
not intentional.
Trying to please all crowds here.
Alright, I'm going to bed. No worries, dude. Thanks, man. Thanks for being here, dude.
Yeah,
Peace.
you know what
Peace
I
out.
quickly learned by doing this is you can't
So, man.
please everybody. And then if you shift over to please somebody who's not happy about something, then somebody else
Somebody else
Dude.
gets mad. Yeah.
somebody else gets mad. So
Because they
we're
were
trying to
wrong.
please the greatest number of people
Is Australia
possible,
winning?
But hey,
Yeah.
some of you guys might fall through the cracks. And we apologize.
Sorry about that. You mad, bro?
Australia's always
Will
winning.
Gray Slick feed your head?
If you're gonna get mad, just get mad at me.
Yeah, that's why we
Right.
keep Kyle around.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah, that is our
Says-
job, sort of,
Wow.
Yeah.
to observe
Exciting.
anger.
Kyle is the officially designated scapegoat. So, if anybody has an issue with
Australia
anything,
always wins.
if I misspeak on something, then
Yeah, take it up with Kyle.
take it up, yell at Kyle.
All right, I'm gonna do one more run and then I'm gonna sign off. This is my last run. Thank you for being here. I really
Say something
appreciate
quick
it. I
here as
really
we're
do.
wrapping it up here because I'm
Thank you for being you.
We've moved the podcast to the Randall Carlson channel on YouTube, and the episodes there had only gone up to 10.
I have one more.
So we've started republishing them there
Insane.
exclusively with 2022. Okay, so 10 to 11 to 20 were missing. So I'm starting to plug those back
Insane.
in. So the whole
12,000
run
BTU.
is on the Randall Carlson
Crazy.
channel. So the episode number is in the title, it's in the description, it's on the thumbnail. So yes, if we went from 25 to 11, yes, this is a rerun from Geocosmic Rex channel. We're putting them all in sequence on the new channel. So
Strange
yes,
how
those will be coming out
it's not heating
fast
it
and
up. There must be
furious,
some sort
fast
of
as I
leak
can get
somewhere.
In the next 2 weeks to get that caught up, so they're all on the Randall Carlson channel. So yeah, the two that came out earlier today, we're recording on Monday the 30th. Yeah, those were reruns, but they're going to make the full gamut available on the Randall Carlson channel.
And that's also a lot of work, so thank you very much, Brad, for doing all that.
Yes.
This is the last run.
Also, we apologize for those of you who were listening to the last show.
It's
that
just
came
like
out
everything
mono
has to go
for so
right.
long.
Okay.
We thought
Thanks
we
for being here.
replaced it in the stereo version.
Appreciate it big time.
It was a mistake. We didn't replace it. We just replaced it. Yeah. You've probably known that by now, but if you want to go back and listen, it's in stereo.
version, yeah.
My fault.
yeah, there's a
temporary
lot of
scapegoat.
changes.
I'm getting better.
It was my fault. There's
Blame Kyle.
there's a lot of changes going on, and we're trying to streamline things. So bear with us, and thank you to everybody who has. We
Yeah,
really
more great
appreciate
stuff.
you guys.
More great stuff coming
Peace
soon,
out.
and Patreon's still building, and we are so appreciative of all those people that really support this work and believe it's worth putting some bucks into. And we're going to continue to get better at this. We really thank you.
Oh, I want to second that, and yeah, that is really beginning to help, and I can see, that this is going to be an exciting thing, and we're going to get through this extraordinary stuff that we're in the middle of now, and when we do, it's going to be all speed ahead. Full speed ahead.
Full speed ahead, yeah.
Full speed
And it is
ahead.
great to see that Patreon support coming in almost every day. There's new ones, so we thank you guys so much for that. Really.
Outstanding.
And so for the website, for emailing